Remember, chat. Be gay, do crimes. Be gay, do crimes. It's an important reminder. Hello, everyone. How are you going today? Gengar, I am a man. You're
I
already
love
gay and
femboys.
do crimes. Let's go. I also love femboys. Everyone here loves femboys. It's a requirement for being this community. Despite me not being a femboy, it is a rite of passage in this community to love femboys. 3-day rangooning streak? Hell yeah, Genka. Oh my god. Yeah, it's all Sable's fault. Blame Sable.
I
Our
have to build
favoritist
slime and honey
femboy.
farms to finish building my tree farm.
Hell yeah, Kaza. I hope everyone's doing alright today. I know Sable is having a day. I am also low-key having a day for the same reason. But honestly, there's so much shit that's been happening in my life recently that this was just the icing on the cake, and I was like, you know what? I don't even care. You know what? Do it. Do it. Fine. Fine. Fine life. It's okay. Yeah, we here for the Rangoid stream. This is also gonna be a de-stressing stream for me because holy shit, the last week has been annoying as fuck. Putting it lightly, it's been annoying as fuck. Yeah, I am a woman, Maxine. Is it not clear? Is it not clear? Went through an unhealthy obsession with fanboys. Hell yeah, Tiny. We all go through that real. We all deserve only the best. We all deserve to not have life fuck us up the ass with no lube, but alas, sometimes it
If
just
my
be
tree farm
happening.
isn't chunk aligned, I have to tear it down and rebuild it.
Okay, wait, is that a personal preference, Akaza, or is that just... is that necessary? This text is hard to read if you play the game at the default resolution, but at 1080p it's fine. Thank you, Cobblemon. Thank you for that. Thank you for the lurk, Magna. Also, Magna, congratulations on your nomination for the
I just got
small
done with
VTuber
one of my
rewards.
playthroughs of the
I
quarry
saw
and
you
I got
there.
3 game trophies that were kind of specific to get, so I'm feeling good RN.
Hell yeah, I'm glad you're doing good, cat. 3 game trophies are... that's hella good. But yeah, there is... I didn't really know about it, I only know about it because I'm sort of kind of on the Twitter scene, not very much. I don't post anything, but like I'll browse it every now and again. And there is a VTuber that does a little like an annual small VTuber like hidden gem award show. And 12,000 people were nominated for it, like 12,000 VTubers. It was crazy. I ended up actually watching the whole thing and it was really good. She put it together amazingly. I was like, I could never. I could actually never do an event that big. She like, and every time she like made a little minor stuff up, she just handled it with such grace. And I'm like, oh god, I wish that was me. I wish that was me. Her name is Petra Coral. Petra Coral. Petra Coral. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. But yeah, she hosts it. It was the second year this year. But she seems very lovely and all the people that won deserved to win. They... some crazy good VTubers that made the finalists. On God, on God, on Frog for real. Gonna lurk while you play Marvel Rivals? Hell yeah, thank you for the hydrate, Gengar. I hope you get some W's. You'll waterboard me? Please no. Please no, mummy. Please don't waterboard me, mummy. It was the second year this year. I love you, Maxine. You are an enigma. I don't know how else to describe you. Did I miss anything else? Welcome to Bedrock, where farms won't usually work properly unless chunk-a-line. Oh. Yeah, Maxine, when it comes to being fucked in the ass with no lube, well, maybe your definition of a bad day is different to mine. Hello, Jobs. You came into something. I don't really know. I'm just hanging out. I need to... Okay, so... Update on what happened in this world last time. I spent an entire
The farm
stream...
will not work if not chunk aligned. The tutorial is 47 minutes long.
47 minutes?! I can barely maintain attention for 5. Update on what happened last time. I spent about 3 hours crafting a thing that was going to help me find Pokemon. It turned out it was the wrong thing. So now I have to go and craft the other one that is the correct one. Which is this one. Yay! Yay! I gotta go back. Okay. I think I ended up collecting enough of this stuff to, like, make another one of these, so that's not gonna be the problem. An upgrade, though. I need an amethyst. I forgot to do the... That'll take too long. I was gonna do it before this stream so that you guys weren't in complete darkness when I was in the mines. I was supposed to get the, someone recommended a shader pack last time to brighten everything, and I forgot. Is it gonna be real bad? Is it gonna be real dark? Frick me. Literally me right now. Your hair is in your balls! Not the balls! Not the ball hair. Surely if I just drag into the resource pack folder, I'll have to restart the game though, yeah? That's okay, that's easily done. And then hopefully we will all be able to see in the mines. No restart? Okay. Turn gamma up? I don't even fucking know where that is. Honestly, we'll see how this how the resource pack goes first, and then we'll reassess from there. Download texture pack. Download that bitch. Continue to Oh, does this only affect caves specifically? I'm scared. Is that an ad? What is that? Hold on, I'm gonna need to full screen this. Brother, just download the texture pack. Thank you. Oh my god, it tried to open a... You know how when you're downloading stuff like this, it opens up another tab and it's like something unrelated? That's what it tried to do. And now we open the folder. And you just put it into resource packs, yeah? Okay, I dumped it in there. And now what happens? Yeah, no, I didn't unzip it. I just put the zip file in. Do I need to do anything?
500 pistons for the tree farm. 213 of them need to be sticky pistons.
That's a lot of stuff, Akaza. Hey there, Shoho, how you doing? I'm just scared, okay, Sable? Options, resource packs. Open resource pack folder. Drag the zip. Oh, this one. It says incompatible. Is that bad? Okay. Oh, it says there's a bunch that are incompatible. I guess we'll see what happens, right? See ya, Shoho! 2x2 spruce tree farm. Big spruce, best spruce. Let's go. Okay, so now we should be fine, right? No darkness. Does this mean I don't have to use torches? I'll put that stuff away. Gonna need another chest. Have shaders off? Yeah, otherwise it would be laggy as hell. Can run packs from when packs were made for- Oh, okay, okay. I just get scared every time I see something says incompatible. I'm like, oh shit, it's gonna break something. No poop pant. No poop pant, only, poop toilet. I don't really need those. Oh, I can make more balls. Hold on. There we go. Yippee! And then I'll put the spares away. Trying to think what I do need to bring with me and what can be left here. Honestly, some of this stuff can be thrown into the lava pit because I feel like I don't need it at all. We got some meat. We got some meat. Three stacks of honey and slime box. Yeah, me too. Has Henry pooped pant? He has not pooped pant, but he has pooped toilet. But he is still in pain, so he's going to the GP tomorrow because I booked him an appointment and didn't ask for his input. Hello, Lime. I only just started, so it's going. It's going. Kinda. Look, there's Ghastly. Thanks for that, Sable. Wait, Pixie, what's that? It was a question. Have I caught a Zubat yet? Apparently not. Come here, bitch. It still looks very dark. Am I crazy or has nothing changed? Yay, I caught the Zubat. Yeah, get those kawaii babies. Is the resource pack not working? Did I do something wrong? What if he drank them both? What happens then? The mod that gives- okay. I guess we just have to put up with darkness then. Fuck, that means I do need torches. I want fucking torches. Man. I don't think oh no, I do have coal. We're good. We're good. G for gamma huh? Is gamma and brightness the same thing? Because the brightness is it's max. You're a G toggle. Toggle this G. The files in the You'll be fucking around with the files in your games? No thank you. I'm okay. Oh, so it would be overwhelmingly bright, like on the overworld. Also, drink his physic, though. I mean, he's not good. He's still... Why is the bed so bright? Why is the bed emitting its own light? Same with the chest, actually. No, Tiny! Not the dog hair! I hate when that happens. I do that with cat hair. Because we've got 2 cats, and I'll, like, inhale a cat hair. Yeah, the Fulbright's half working on things that don't need it. It's okay, we have so many torch. Holy bed, literally. It's Jesus bed. Actually, the mod that gives shaders is Iris. Actually, your mom. Feeling a bit flat? No, that's all good, Lime. Take your time, take your time. I've been having a week recently anyway. Because with Henry being sick, I am just like so overly stressed that I'm surprised I was able to do this stream tonight, but here we are. Make sinful things not sinful. Exactly, exactly. Yeah. Maybe I will just put the torch in my offhand and then, like, you guys should, like, be able to see. Oh my god! Hello? What level are you? Get in the ball! Okay, what? I can't see his level. 26. It's okay, I have a level 26 Elekid! Oh shit, oh shit. I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to move. I was just trying to move. What she's a transphobic asshat? I agree. Yeah, that's what I was going for. Effectiveness immune. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Paralysis. Oh, okay, it didn't say it was immune to that. Surely Stonejourner doesn't get, like, one shot. And I can get some health down a little bit. That's all good, Lime. Life just likes to be an asshole. Oh, occasionally. And it is what it is. Yeah, no, if I need to end, I will. I just wanna vibe. For the time being, fill out my decks. It's the real world equivalent to resting at a bonfire, going to bed? Maybe? When you were 11, you made a dance to this song? That's so cute. I bet it was the best dance ever. 5,000 chef monkeys. So many chef monk. Why, you ask, why are you inside the Onyx? Oh my god. Life gave us lime and you lime and lemons. Real. Hello, Nex. How you doing? I hope you're doing good today. I'm getting my ass beat by an Onyx. Because my Pokemon are not very high level. And I want to catch the Onyx. So...
Am I allowed to call Stonejourner Indiana Stones?
Indiana Stones! I love that. That's awesome. I haven't watched your video yet, Next, but I do plan to. I just worry, because I'm turning my VODs into, like, a little...
In Hypixel Sky
almost a Let's Play as well, and I don't want it to seem like I'm copying you.
So for the past week or so I've been grinding for an item that makes me immune to fire. Because I'm a cheating bastard smile.
I mean, that doesn't make you a cheater. If the item's in the game, then you're not cheating. Yeah, so next I'm scared to watch the video because I'm like, what if I get ideas from your video and then I'm stealing the ideas? That would make me look like an ass. But I do plan on watching it. Just threw a ball to catch it.
Let's Plays. Only one person can claim a Let's Play greater than like, the actual genre that started YouTube.
It's more because it's Gaycraft as well. Like it would be a Let's Play of Gaycraft as well, and that like crosses from being just a Minecraft Let's Play to doing exactly the same mod pack. Yeah, I know, it's just my own brain, and I know it's a silly thing to think, but yeah, that's... I just want to make it clear that I am not copying. Oh shit. That's why I made it like a I'm doing every single quest in Gaycraft thing so I could make it like a series. Yeah, no, I know there's lots of, like, videos of the same content out there. I am aware of that. Miss Keep Ringle alive, hell yeah. Thank you for cleaning and feeding the Ringle. Odix, hello Pancake, how you doing? How many balls is this thing gonna waste?
Which the item may not work. I have not researched it. I will not research it. I will grind for weeks and either feel like a gigabrain cheater or a fucking dumbass. It will be funny.
Hey, I mean... yeah, either way it's entertaining, right? Do another Pokemon run, Pancake. Do it.
My phone is at 10% Pepe hands.
No, Cat! Why is your phone always dead? I feel like almost every time you're here, like, you're like, my phone's gonna die! Do you perpetually, like, live life on the edge and just have, like, minimal percent? Actually, my phone's gonna die as well, but that's because I didn't charge it last night when usually I do.
Planning to do another Pokemon run, but Ranga, what Pokemon game should I play? I was thinking Heart Gold Soul Silver side-by-side run.
Do it, Pancake! I haven't played Heart Gold Soul Silver myself, but it's Henry's favorite, like, Pokemon games, so do it. Divine Blessing isn't helping. Thank you, Jobs. Yeah, plug that phone into life support.
Subtitles block generic step.
I don't think this is working. Yeah, that's just about all my Pokemon. I think I've got one left. A Ghastly. Well, you can't say I didn't try. Would it have been better to try and catch the Haxorus? Probably, but I saw Big Stone Man and I really didn't think it was going to take this long to try and catch. But yeah. You mean it's not my turn to act? It literally is, though. Yeah, there was a Haxorus in the background over here, but it's despawned now. I ignored it for the fucking Onyx. Yep, there we go. There's the last mon. Fuck you, Onyx. Okay, what am I down here for? I was down here to find that. I need that.
No swearing for 10 minutes, Ranga.
On it, Tub. I got this. How do I get to that geode, though? Real talk. Your favorite Pokemon move combo, lock on guillotine? I've never tried it. I sound
What's
like a
your favorite
boomer.
swear?
You are a boomer. Blazers don't have 300,000 health. My favorite swear.
Lock on the guillotine is an instant
Probably
kill.
the F word. I say it a lot. I mean, the C word is fun and all, but like, too many people overreact to the C word. Why does there need to be that redeem line? Next move, hit and get... Oh, thank you, Hemorrhoid, for explaining the moveset. And then Pancake did as well immediately after. Thank you, thank you. It's the C word because Australian. How do I get to that? Okay. For starters, I'm going the wrong way. Is it down? Y26. Yeah, so it's... I'm fine. Everything's fine. I'm alive. Yeah. That's such a basic swear word. Of course that would be your favorite. Thank you for the lurk, Nex. F word does have so much use. I could use it everywhere. Toyo... Well, you can't say we need to cancel one. No, it's okay. I found a way around it. I'm big-brained. What made that noise? I heard like a bell. That hurt your peanuts? I can imagine a guillotine probably would hurt your peanuts a little bit. I take this. It says it's that way!
Yes, Ranga. Blazes in Hypixel Minecraft have 300,000 health, and they have the lowest health of all mobs in the nether. Mushrooms in the nether have a million
That's the lowest?
health.
A million? Girl, are you okay? Like, mentally? Where did it go? Am I too low now? It says there's a literal, like, path to get over there. Where? Where? I'm just gonna dig through the wall. Do you get told when the 10 minutes is over? No, but what I can do is keep track of the, I can see it in my activity feed, so I'll be able to see once it gets to 10 minutes. It's been 4 minutes currently, according to the activity feed. Only swearing for the next 10 minutes! Does that mean every word has to be a swear word? Or just, like, kind of like Toyed, where I just, you know, it's gotta be in every sentence. Thank you for that love abuse. I'm digging through this wall. Heck this wall. I'm not okay! I wouldn't be either! You simply wouldn't answer the question. I mean, I considered it, but I was like, that wouldn't be any fun if I just didn't answer the question. Patches... Patches was annihilated, let's go. You walk off? Like, walk off the edge? Are you talking about Minecraft or Dark Souls? 1 every 7 million. 1 every 7 million? This monkey ain't coming home! No, you got this, you got this, you got this. You just gotta use the auto hatch and hatch as many eggs at once as possible. Use those diamonds. Hello, Gravity! In a heavy accent. 1 in 175 million. No, keep doing it. Keep doing it. It's okay. You got this. I believe in you. I don't take song requests, Pancake, because honestly that takes up way too much of my, like, brain power to have to sit there and queue up a song. Big apologies for that. I feel like that's like a thing that people get upset with because it's like, oh, what do you mean I can't play my favorite song? I just can't be bothered. On God, for real, for real. At all times, I'm hanging on by a thread. Let me live. Let me live. Cinema's on the other side of the block. I'm gonna dig through the wall! Alice, I am not sure I know what you're referring to. I saw for a song request. Honestly, I used to have it as a channel point redeem, and I just got tired of it. Because I would have to stop what I was doing to go and, like, queue up the song. Find the song and then queue it up. And as an autism, I don't like I don't like changing tasks. Stodge in the inventory! Yes, he's finally got some life. He was, like, big dead before. I got him killed. I guess I'm staircasing up. What do you mean I can't reach? There we go. Really? 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 On Frog? This is how we're doing it. Just spent all month hatching eggs! 52 eggs at a time? Yeah, damn! Have we got to 10 minutes yet? No, it's only been 8. Song requests a privilege, not a necessity, as most people. Thank you, Gravity. Thank you for the the boost of confidence. Can't handle the 100% workload. No, I can't. I will fully admit that if something is a slight convenience, I probably won't do it.
Stones. Was just thinking about rocks, then Indiana Jones came into my mind.
Indiana Stones. Wait, can I name him? I think I can. What's the button? Can I give him a name? Indiana Stones. No! This is so sad. It's one too long. It's just gonna be Indiana Stone then. Indiana Jones, never heard of him. It's Indiana Stone now. Spend all month. Yeah, Lime. Oh. How did I jump up and to the side without touching a button? No! Are you serious? Boy. Okay, there we go. Now we're back on track. I'm just gonna... This is taking too long. Now I need to find my way back out. There it is. Indiana Jones coomed where? On Stonejourner. There was pictures and it was all in the... Oh. Dug tunnels between New York for years. People... What? They dug tunnels in the walls and everyone was just like, oh yeah... There's nothing happening here. That's crazy. Indiana Stones. Yeah, what if I just... Can I...
People on the subreddit basically said just don't win. People asked the odds. Some furs are like, yeah, I tried to 7 days AFKing chat. I think I'd rather just scam a child and get one.
Scam a child! Do it. Do it. Surely there's a scammable child out there somewhere. Carbonara gnocchi! Yummy! I love gnocchi. It's so yummy. One, two, you feel that problem? Yeah? Is it yeah, it's my peanuts. My peanuts is too long. Cheesy pesto. I think it's a bit of a hot take, but I've never enjoyed pesto that much. Like, everyone raves about it, and I've had it before, and I'm like, it's alright. I don't know what it is that I don't like about it. I don't hate it. I'm just like, there are other flavors that I would rather have, you know? Can I get a cut of the action? You want a cut of the Pet Simulator Roblox game action? I've got mine AFKing in the background. Like a completely normal person. The fuck is pesto? Gengar, have you never heard of pesto? I love scamming children! Get you that monkey, Sable. Scam a child. Want to live in New York. It's mostly just because that's where Scarlett Johansson lives. You just want to breathe the same air as her. Ever hatched a... You've never hatched a huge from the regular eggs? Oh. Oh. 3 AFKs open on Roblox? Yeah. See, you can't say I have an unhealthy addiction when Henry's
No,
out here.
I want to stalk her politely.
At least you're honest about it, you know? Props to that. Glass. Ooh. Can I make that? Oh, I can. Pog!
From Wikipedia, New York City synagogue tunnel incident. On January 8, 2024, clashes broke out at the world headquarters of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, a synagogue located at 770 Eastern Parkway in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, as construction workers, on behalf of the synagogue's leaders, attempted to fill in a tunnel that students had illegally dug beneath the building.
Students?
The New York City Police Department was called to intervene and arrested 12 people.
Who thinks, oh yeah, I'm gonna dig a tunnel. Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! Through the synagogue. Secret tunnel! I thought I had more glass than this. Apparently not. You've only 10k
my
eggs.
Best friend's cat, and they haven't met. I went to my best friend's house yesterday and his cat likes to lick people. Bean smelt that yesterday and licked me yesterday and today, and she's been following me today. Jealous fish. I have hatched 13,000 regular monkeys, 34 shiny monkeys, and 405 golden monkeys.
13,000?! That's so many monkeys. Is there such thing as too many monkeys? Lion King 3, anyone? Wait, what? Dig a dig. Which one's Lion King 3? That's not the one with Simba's daughter, is it? 'Cause that one I know. That one is like my favorite one. All to just avoid crossing the road? I don't know, maybe the council should take note and build an underground crossing. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea. Cream is for thickening the texture unless you use blue cheese. Can't imagine it having enough oomph. Give it a go, Gravity. Give it a try. Going to the trading hall and trying to scam? Do it. Do it. Did I just throw something? I feel like I accidentally pressed Q, but there's nothing on the ground. Nah, we good. Liking to it always. Listen, child me had the biggest crush on Kovu. I don't know what else to say. I actually rewatched it recently on Disney Plus because I was in the mood for a Disney movie, and I love Lion King, so I rewatched my favorite Lion King. like a normal adult. Okay, those go there. Those were there. That one there, and then that. Hell yeah. And what next? Also, hello Reverie, I hope you're doing good. That's Lion King 2 and the best one? Objectively, yeah. Third favorite Disney movie? Hell yeah. What's your top 2? If that one's the third, what's your top 2? Now want to dig a secret tunnel? That seems fun! Just don't do it illegally and it'll be fine. Can't unlock new areas on wait, why not, Akaza? Why not? There are 3 of them!
Does anyone have this feeling with their favorite food that they need a third sense to absorb the amazingness of it, like another hole to stuff the food in, and feel it in a brand new way?
I could think of some holes. I don't know if it'd give you the vibe that you're looking for, but...
The illegal part is what makes it funner, though.
Wait, do I not have any fucking diamonds? I don't. You asked for some extra holes! Online recipe includes garlic. I like it, and onions. Yeah, garlic is good. Onion, not so much. According to Sable, I love onion. Tarzan and Mulan, hell yeah, Reverie. They're two Disney movies that I haven't watched enough times to like be able to remember off the top of my head. Like there's a few Disney movies that like I've watched enough times that I just know it front to back. I know exactly what's gonna happen, and I enjoy that. I like predictability. You're right, the illegal part does kind of make it fun. But, like, then if you get caught, then it's not so fun, you know? I'm gonna have to go back in that hole wussy. There's a giant mine shaft, and there should be diamonds down there. That's where I found them last time. So that's where I'm going to again. With Treasure Planet! Treasure Planet's a good-ass movie. Am I going the right way? I think so. Yeah, no, we good. We good. Drop the Lion King 3 song in Discord? Hell yeah! I will have to listen to it after stream. Yeah, just dig a tunnel if you can't unlock the new areas. Just dig underneath the wall.
Tries to teach his cat to call 911 in case of heart attack, gives up. 3 years later he had a heart attack and the police get a call of just silence. They almost passed it off as a prank call but checked in case. They found the man on the floor and the cat on the phone. The cat called. For those wondering, the man made it. See, my over-curious self would be fine with jail cause I want to see how accurate movies and shows are, so getting caught wouldn't be bad either.
Fair. You know what? Fair. Maxine, that's such a fun fact! That's so wholesome! Where's the way down again? I can't remember! There's like a hole in the ground somewhere. I think it's over here. Yeah, down here. I just probably need to have a better method of getting down there rather than just falling into the hole. Why is this so hard? I just want down. But I want down safely. 0 damage. There we go. That might work. Okay, we're good. We're good. Trying to remember that movie. I've been wanting to watch it for the last month. Watch it, Gravity. Watch it. Now that it's in your brain, you must go watch. Or at least write it down so you don't forget it again. Sections of it on cable, so this will be your first proper watch. Hell yeah.
Treasure Planet sucks. I haven't even seen it, but I just wanna set people off.
You are so chaotic. Jump, aim for the lava, you won't get fall damage. You're right. You're a big brain, Maxine. Why didn't I think of that? There's a spawner over here somewhere. I'm gonna assume it's in that mass of web. I might go over there. Chaotic evil in chat. Literally. You'll watch it later as a reward for finishing the problem set. You got this, Gravity. I believe in you. You're gonna do great. How much longer have you got before finals season is over? Okay, now. So if I crouch, I can move on that
I
stuff,
just
right?
said beggars can't be choosers to a child.
Do you think they even understand what that means? Already found some diamonds. We've been here for 5 seconds. Easy. Easy clap. Hell yeah. Now I need go back uppies. I got what I needed. Are you actually scamming a child? Yes, why not? Hello, CM. Orders Domino's every day and they didn't get an order from him one day, so they knew something was up. Oh, the staff saved him. I love hearing wholesome stories like that. But like a cat calling 911? It just
offered
knew.
them $1K for some mid-ass shit pets and they said why not 100,000?
What?
My finals end on the 13th of February. One day before Valentine's. I say that like I've got a date lined up now.
Gravity, maybe Cupid will give you a reward for finishing your finals. Maybe in doing your finals, you find a date for Valentine's. You've only got a little bit longer to go though, Gravity, with the exams. You're almost there. They're trying to scam you! Scam them back. Nah, and before we realize that all these kids are... all these Zoomers are too smart for us to scam now. We're like, they're just stupid kids, but they know the game better than we do. You're playing with brick walls. Oh, my right teammates made me look at that. I thought you were saying you were actually, like, playing with bricks or something. Hello, Kitsune. Do you prefer Pepper or Kitsune? I think I usually call you Pepper. How you doing today? I hope you're doing good. It's going. I tried to catch an Onyx before and it didn't work. The Onyx killed my entire team because it was a lot higher level than my Pokemon, but I tried. I'm currently in the process of making a Pokénav which will help me like find rarer Pokemon and stuff. Step 1 to getting the whole Pokedex, get you a tool that will help. Pepper is fine. Hell yeah. Look, new areas. I have to leave the game on the console, join on phone, purchase the what the fuck, Akaza? Why is the PlayStation Roblox so bad? I've done the early ones. It gives me an item that heals me when I'm on fire. Heal 20 per second while taking fire damage per second. As long as I'm not standing in the fire, sitting in lava, getting shot by blazes and gas, you can set yourself on fire to heal? Big brain. Date's gonna come crashing through the window. Exactly, exactly. I think 911 directs to 000 because some dumbasses watch too much American TV. Wait, is that actually true? In Australia, does that happen?
At least I only have 3 areas left to unlock.
That's still really annoying, Akaza, that you have to go on your phone to get it to work. It's not Zoomers anymore, it's alphas. You right, you right. Isn't like 80% of people in Gen Z? Okay, In my brain, Zoomers are the younger Gen Z, though. Not me. I don't count. You unlocked all areas? I have not yet. I am currently AFKing in the fucking Cannon Tycoon because I went in there just to see what it was and then ended up really enjoying it. So I'm just there. And honestly, it's getting me so many diamonds. All emergency numbers redirect to your country's emergency number. That's really smart. I am glad that they do something like that. Because otherwise, yeah, you would have, like, people coming from other countries and not knowing what the emergency number in the country actually is. The youngest Gen Z is 14. Yeah, which is, like, 10 years younger than me. Okay. I think I have all the stuff now. So, diamond in the middle.
I don't even know what generation I'm cause every time I search it says something different, but I think I'm Gen Z.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Gen Z is between, like, it's like the mid-1990s to 2010? Something like that. It's somewhere around there. Youngest millennial is 27? Yeah, okay, that would make sense. Yeah, definitely Gen Z. Faux show, faux show. You've nearly completed the Cannon Tycoon. I am getting there. I'm trying to get the fucking stupid-ass Hellfire crystals, but they're taking forever. Place has the stronger pets. Yeah. 1995-ish and 2012-ish. Yeah. I was right. Oh my god. Am I, like, smart or something? I can't remember how to make the fucking, electrizer. Redstone. I want to be able to keep the... I want to keep the recipe up so that I can see it! So I keep forgetting. My brain bad.
Alexa, reset office.
I literally used my phone and took a picture of it.
When did I have KFC?
Probably too many days ago. Why?
Why'd you took me? I can check DMs. Check messages.
Why?
Because I got my KFC in it.
Oh. Okay. Okay. That one. I haven't made the glowstone yet. You need two. You're honest, she's smart. Yeah, I am.
This
I
one
have
is
a
for people
brain.
watching stream on TV. Sari, describe what a testicle looks like.
Oh. Do you mean Siri? Oh my god, you're gonna spend some time with Mama Lime. She's not feeling well. I hope she feels better soon, Lime. Enjoy spending time with Mama Lime. Thank you for hanging out. See one more Spider-Man rage over voice chat because I'm not healing you when he's 7 miles away. It's Overwatch all over again. It's playing healer in Overwatch all over again. Is Spider-Man like fucking Genji to insert the Soleil in the middle of the enemy team? It's like, why aren't you healing? Hey, can I get some healing? Where's the healing? What? I made the upgrade. Where is it? Hello? I did make it, didn't I? Did I not? Back on the grind. Good luck, Gravity. You got this. You got this. I believe in you. Maybe I didn't make it? I swear I did, though. Yeah, I did. I made this. Remember I got the fucking glass for it? And that... Am I losing my mind? Why is it there? Gonna beat someone up. Someone's moving my inventory around. Did I put it in there while I, like, went and did something else? Why did I do that? Oh. I made it! I did it! Oh my god! Doesn't seem to be anyone living here. Fuck yeah! Okay. Ghost gem? I can make a Goldango Pokenav, and Henry really likes Goldango, so I'm gonna make a Goldango Pokenav.
Huh?
This Goldango Pokenav. Henry just burst into the room. Go away!
Goldango!
Why do you smell like that?
What do I smell like?
I don't know.
I've been cleaning.
Fuck yeah, okay. Strong, yeah, string cheese mascot. I love him. I can just, like, put stuff away now, right? Cause, like, what else could I possibly need to go and find Pokemon? I don't need this stupid Pokefinder. Get out of here. Leave! Leave! Pokestuff. What does that do? What does that do? Move slot 1. I think I got all the stuff. You know what I do need is a constant supply of food. Who wants to become a meal?
Canonically in the Pokemon universe, there is a character who has stored Pokeballs inside them.
Yeah? In their booty hole? Is that the thing that you sent, Maxine? In the adult chat? Is that what you're talking about? I'd like to be eaten. Cooked up like a steak. Okay, I need to find something to level up my mons with. Wait, have I... Didn't I make a bunch of bread? Have I eaten it all already? Apparently I eaten it all. Sorry, I eated it. Where'd the bread go? I eated it. I love my comfy. Have a Wiglet. I like Wiglet. I'll keep your mask for now. But I have to level up some mons. Why is everything here so high level? Why are you level 27? There was hay somewhere. I saw it. I remember seeing it. Timber, are you killable? 25. I just want someone that's not gonna destroy my, my Florigato. You get scales with how far from spawn. Oh, that would make sense. Level 20 isn't too bad. I'm original, I swear! You are original, Maxine. You say plenty of original things. Okay, if I want a living dex, that means I need to catch this bad boy. Because I evolved my Centriet. Florigato now level 18, yippee! Don't have to load the game on your phone? Wait, is it working now? Talk about a different type of eating? I don't know if I'm the one for that. Oh, I found food. These look like food. Chicken is good. Level 29, no thank you. 25 might be fine. We might be fine. Actually, I think Miltank is like really bulky, so this could take a minute. Oh! How dare you? Comfy. I don't think Comfy has very many, attack moves. But we do have Leech Seed. It's using Bide. I'm scared. How heavy is Miltank? Ooh. Okay. Catch. Give me the cow. The cow with the nipples hanging out. Mummy Milker. It wasn't you that sent it? Oh, I thought it was. Maybe you just responded to it. Zigzagoon! Baby! I'll probably try and catch all the Pokemon in, like, each biome at a time. Oh, it rested. I was like, what just happened? So I'll start with, like, the biome that I'm in, which is Plains. And then, like, explore from there. I should be able to hit it once more without killing it. Yay! Gay sex! Bro shitted. Never let them know your next move. Can you break stuff yourself in the cannon event? Yeah, I think if you walk over to the stuff with your pets, they will start breaking it, but they don't do anywhere near the amount of damage that the usual pets do. Because I think the whole purpose is you're supposed to upgrade the cannons, so it's like the pets that it gives you don't do a lot of damage. Hello, Nathan! How are you doing? It's been a while. I hope you're doing well today.
A saying I live by: you're not doing it wrong if no one knows what you're doing.
You got a point there, Maxine. You've got a point. Oh, dealing has a thing where if I use grass moves on it, it heals. Okay. I don't have anything that's gonna be super effective, so it's gonna have to be neutral. No! My ferret! My ferret! My baby! Beat up the deer! Beat it up! Thank you! You're doing good? That's good to hear. I am doing my Cobblemon Pokedex. And I have finally made the tool that will actually help me do that. When last stream I spent 3 hours making what I thought was the correct tool and then it wasn't. That was upsetting. But now we are on track. It's my favorite drink. Specifically, McDonald's Vanilla Coke. Because syrup Coke is just... it's just something else. Still trying to unlock the third egg. It costs a lot. It took me a couple of hours of sitting there, I think. Oh my god. Oh my god. Make sure you upgrade the tier of the
You just brought back my Macca's craving.
I'm so sorry, Tiny. I brought it back for myself as well. There's buttons directly next to where the breakables spawn that I didn't see at first, and that's how, like, making sure you upgrade that means you get more money. That's what I figured out. So I focused on, like, upgrading those as well as, like, getting more cannons. But I also think that the higher tier has more chance of dropping the Hellfire crystals, I think.
Playthrough of the quarry I finished tonight took me 16 hours 29 minutes and 28 seconds exactly to finish Pepe Hands.
16 hours? Bro! That's dedication, Cat. Yeah, the crystals are stupid rare. Let me go see what I'm at. So I've been in the cannon area, like, AFKing for a few hours now, and... oh, I've got 15 now. So I'm actually getting there. But it's taken a few hours to get that much. It's a long ass game. It sounds like it. In sugar or no sugar? I don't like no sugar Coke. Like, at all. I hate it with a passion. So if I'm having Coke, it's always full sugar. Lilipop. Let's see if I can beat up the dog. Beat up the dog. Did it use? Oh, it used crunch. Okay, yeah. That'll do it. That'll do it. see if Florigato can do something here. Monch. I just wanted him to do something. Oh, no. Switch. Switch! Wiglet. Is it 2% now? What is happening? Get that phone on life support, cat. Normal Coke tastes like ant spray? I don't mind Diet Coke. Diet Coke is okay. But I don't like Zero Sugar Coke. It has like this weird metallic aftertaste to me. So like it makes me feel sick when I drink it. In terms of like no sugar drinks, my favorite is Pepsi Max, because Pepsi Max for me doesn't have like an aftertaste to it, where I find that almost every single other sugar-free drink does. Oh my god. It's a dog. It's literally a puppy. No! Okay, bye, Comfy. Bye, Comfy. Okay, please catch. Please catch! Stay in the ball. Thank you. Okay, now I need to go use that heal machine. Your mask is going to evolve! I think I can probably catch a fully evolved version. Honestly. I love Wiglet. He's so cute. Wait, where's he gone? Come on, come here, little guy. I love him infinitely more than I like Diglett. Diglett is just Diglett. Like, Diglett's cute and all, but Wiglet is so fucking cute! I love him so much. Okay, now we got some heals. Wait, he did? Oh, did he get stepped on by the bottle ant? Always have Coke with sugar? Hell yeah. Way better than no sugar Coke. Don't mind no sugar from a can, but won't get it from a bottle. That does change the flavour, yeah, based off of whether you have it in a can or a bottle. But I still, I can't find a way to drink no sugar Coke that I enjoy it. I just don't like it. Okay, have I got a Mareep? I don't think I do. That's a water type against an electric type. Is my brain okay? The answer is no. What do you say about my Hey, I don't dislike Diglett. I don't dislike Diglett. I just like Wiglet a lot more. Wiglet is so cute. He just a little sea worm. Oh my god.
I get no sugar Coke, and I put sugar in it.
That's cursed. Do you just have sugar granules just floating around in your Coke? Oh, I thought that killed it. But we good. In the bowl, sheepy. In the bowl. I get that, but usually sugar doesn't dissolve well unless it's in, like, a hot liquid. Usually it takes forever to dissolve in something that's not hot. Why does he look so goofy? Come here, round boy. Oh. That'd probably taste absolutely foul, though. Like getting a no sugar drink and putting sugar in it, because it's got sweetener in it. It's no sugar, but it still has sweetener in it. So if you were to then add sugar on top of that, I imagine that would taste foul. It's extra sweet! Where's that clef key? Come here, keys!
It's 5:35 a.m. and I'm gonna go to bed while watching Beverly Hills Chihuahua 2.
Hell yeah! Beverly Hills Chihuahua! I love Beverly Hills Chihuahua. Have a good sleep, cat. Thank you for hanging out. This isn't gonna go well. The clef key's gonna... It's gonna fuck me up. I can feel it. Oh! It has hair. I thought it always stayed circular. I didn't realize it could, like, separate those parts. Did you move to Australia, deal in New Zealand? I don't fully understand that question, Nathan. I'm not from New Zealand. I've always been in Australia, was born here, have lived here forever. What do you mean, ew? He's still cute. He's still cute. He's just a little goofy. He could just separate his... What would you call that body part? Spine? Is that his spine? If keys had a spine, would it be the... Would it be the key ring? But it failed. I'll fail you. The leech seed is doing a lot more than me actually, like, grouse knotting it. It's doing 2% at a time. Ugh! No! You butthole! What? Draining kiss. How dare you? What is that? Draws power to attack by using... Homie doesn't have a berry, I don't think. We got someone else that might work better here. New Zealand doesn't exist! I thought it was Australia that didn't exist. No, actually, we both don't exist. Neither of them exist. The entire Southern Hemisphere... The entire Southern Hemisphere is fake. Stop using Draining Kiss on me. What am I getting pushed by? Excuse me? I don't think catching it at half health is gonna work, but we're gonna try. Nope. Oh no, no, no. No! Stodge! Indiana Stones! No! No, you're all good, Nathan. We're just playing with you. We're just playing. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Stop using- I just want to catch the keys. I just want to catch the keys. No one will be able to run away during the- oh. Well, there goes my plan. Because I was gonna try and run away. Because this is not going well. Can I leave now? I still haven't even finished my house. Who needs a house when you have Pokemon? Let me turn this into wheat. So that I can actually have food! There we go. There's a subreddit for maps without New Zealand! That's so mean. Just get rid of an entire country. Where did I spawn? I can't remember if it was up there or down here. I think it was down there. Can I, like, make candy? Oh, I mean, you can. It's kind of not that bad to make, but, like... How about that? My least favorite drink? If it's not Coke no sugar, it's something obscure like tomato juice. Tomato juice should not even exist. In my opinion. I don't know who was like, yeah, let's fill up a bottle with tomato juice. The juice from the worst fruit on the planet. Sin. Everything's so high level. Okay, I need to go somewhere where everything is not level 30. Because this ain't it. Piss. Good answer, Maxine, actually. Although, I feel like piss is not a drink. I feel like one would not consider that a drink. Bro, sleep, Jin. No, it's time to die. My Florigato needs to level up. So you need to be gone. You know what else I'm gonna need to catch everything? Is a Pokemon that can learn False Swipe. I assume they've put, like, the move sets that Pokemon can learn, it's exactly the same in this game as what it is in the regular games. So, time to find Pokemon that can learn False Swipe. $13 more. I feel like there's a bit more than 20 Pokemon that can learn False Swipe. I feel like this list is not exhaustive. Yes, I want every Pokemon that can learn False Swipe, because I want to choose which this is 24! Is there not that many? Okay, so there's Mawile, Heracross, Tapu Bulu, Dreadnought, Weavile, Kommo-o, Zorora. Oh my god, I did not know shiny Zorora looked like that. That's a really cool shiny. Mew! The likelihood of me finding a Mew is so low. Zacian, Virizion, Urshifu, the entire Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise can all learn it. Nincada, Farfetch'd, Cubone and Marowak, Grovyle and Sceptile, the Scyther line, Zangoose, Gallade, Leavanny! Hell yeah, I love Leavanny. I would love to have a Leavanny on my team. The Axew line, Tapu Koko, and Kartana. I feel like out of all of these and the ones that I like, Leavanny is going to be the easiest to find. I just got to look out for a little Swaddle. Just a little baby Swaddle. Bear Grylls would like to argue. 7-game loss streak, no! Are your teammates brain cell deficient? I remember that being the problem in Overwatch, where your teammates are just committing atrocities. Yeah, I feel like Scyther wouldn't be hard to find, but I like Swaddle. Was gonna say just get a Mew. Yeah, let me just get a Mew. You right. 0.1%, sorry? What do you mean, common 0.01%? On God. Payload princess! I love being a payload princess. I just want to play the game real. What is that? What is that? I genuinely can't work out what that is. Thank you so much for the follow, MK player. Maya! Hello, Maya! Hello, Raiders! How are you doing? Welcome in, everyone. How was stream? How was the continuation of Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl? How are you enjoying it? For anyone that doesn't know me, hello, I am Rangarath. You can call me Ranga. I am a little orange cat girl that likes playing games. I have a particular love for Pokemon, hence why I'm playing Cobblemon. I say a lot of out-of-pocket shit, and I also swear a lot. So if that's not your vibe, that is a-okay. But that's how it is around here. Was Gooey caught Zeph? What? What do you mean you caught Zeph? Did you catch a promo pass? Sable, isn't that what you say promo pass reminds you of? Reminds you of Zeph? Really hungry? Get yourself some food, Maya. Get yourself some eats. True, and Absol. A Wurmple. Oh, I love Wurmple. Wurmple's adorable. Maya has tits. Thank you, Maxine. Also, congratulations, Nathan, for getting a girlfriend. That's awesome. But yeah, for anyone that needs to raid and run, please feel free to do so. If you want to stick around, that's awesome too, and watch me fill out my Pokedex. Let me go get that. Yeah, go get some food, Gengi. Enjoy your food. Meanwhile, I will just be here catching my Pokemon. No, I'm actually so curious as to what this is. Wait a sec. I think I just worked something out. I think I actually needed both of them. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm gonna be sad. Because that looked like it didn't work. But hold on. Hold on. I move so slow. Thank you for the breast information, Maxine. I do like some good breasts. I am a certified titty lover. Okay. You have an A cup now? Hell yeah! Have you bought yourself some cute little bras yet, Maya? It's an M, okay? I'm tired. Okay, Poker Finder. Have you bought yourself some cute little bras? Specifically, bralettes are good for, like, smaller boobies. And bralettes are so pretty. Going for a B next? You got this. Grow them yitties. Wait, has it changed? I think because it's nighttime now, but... How do I apply bucket? What is bucket chance? I can't do anything. There's a bee? I love that vine. Do I have to... The location screen displays all possible Pokemon that can spawn in your area separated by buckets? You hover over a Pokemon to display more detailed information. I don't know what it's talking about. Fucking buckets. What is that? Oh, it's like a reset. Okay, something's not working. It's got a little symbol there for, like, the Poke Finder. But it doesn't do anything if I click on it. I don't know what to do. You're not supposed to use the word A after the word N. No, an A cup. No, she had it right, Maxine. What Maya said is correct English. I do in fact have an A cup now. She's talking about a bra size. She can wear cute bra, my boobs are too big for them and don't fit. No! I like how there's a fine line between titties that are like a good size to wear like cute bras and then you cross over into the territory of you get no cute bras. No cute lacy bras, only fucking over-the-shoulder boulder holders. Tits and grammar, this is an educational stream, exactly! Do you get some cans of Coke sometimes in the supermarket? Typically, no. Typically, I get Pepsi Max. Like, if I'm getting a soft drink from, like, Coles or Woolies, our supermarkets, I will get, Pepsi Max. The only time I really ever drink Coke is if I'm, like, at, like, McDonald's or something. You joined my pet sim by chance? Hell yeah! Wait, how many diamonds do I have now? Hell yeah, I've got 700k just from AFK in the fucking cannon area. I love it. Oh, it does put you in friends lobby? Oh, that's cool. Just give me some of your boobs so your boob can fit. Real. Why can't we just Venmo each other some titty? I have no idea I was making a joke. Thank you, Maxine. I'm kind of annoyed that this Pokénav isn't doing what I thought it was gonna do.
I have 20 million gems.
20 million? Yeah, okay, I just started. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm gonna have to look up how the Pokénav is supposed to work and what I've done wrong, because I don't think it's supposed to just be a red screen. Unless I, like, does it have to have a Pokemon, like, sitting in front of it? No. I don't want to look it up right now. I'm going back to where I think my spawn was. And hoping to find some lower level Pokemon so that I can actually fight them. it is supposed to be like that, but it's not. Like, it's not letting me do anything. Like, it's not letting me track it down.
With the exclusive taker I can get 800k gems a day for 30 days.
800k? Damn, for 30 days? Hell yeah, Kaza. You're going now? That's all good, Nathan. Thank you for hanging out. That's what happens when you pick. Oh, okay. Okay, it's a joke. I was like, I thought you actually knew. Don't have any spare huges. It's okay, you must collect over time. Thank you, Exothick, for your expertise in dollar store electronics. I'll have you know I made this one myself. Are these getting lower leveled? Both sit in the party. Big boys. Big fellas. Okay, here we go. This is better. I know it's technically super effective. Ooh, and a critical hit. Okay. I'm a catch this little fella. That shouldn't kill it. Yeah, no, we good. We good. I need my Cricketot. Come here. The Florigano is not a wild Pokemon. I am aware of that. I know. All you know about Minecraft is building? Yeah. Yeah, nah, I get you there. I barely know that. I have a lot of troubles with Minecraft. It's like an ongoing joke that I'm like terrible at Minecraft and don't know what I'm doing most of the time. 22. Wiglet. I'm sorry, was that the Wiglet that made that noise? Okay, don't kill it. It did exactly 50%. In the bowl. I don't think I have a Vulpix yet. Yay! Honestly, I should put Vulpix on my team. I love Ninetales. Okay, I wanna look it up now because I want it to work! Pokénav Cobblemon. I want like... I want to know how to use it! Reddit, do you have an answer for me? Nope. Is there like a YouTube video of someone using it? Get out of the way, ad! I'm trying to learn things.
Pokes holes in Henry's condoms.
Please no, Maxine. Please no. Neither of us are in the frame of mind for children right now. I think, oh, it's this one here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, we've got that much. Is it not supposed to locate them for you? Does it just give you, like, the percentage? How do you check that? So apparently it doesn't do what I thought it did. It just shows you, like, the percentages, but I'm not sure what the purpose of this screen is then, like... Okay, it only works on... Okay. It only works on Pokemon that you found before. So it's basically just showing you what Pokemon can spawn in the area you're currently standing in. Okay. That's still fine, honestly, because it's still, like... I still know that something's able to spawn in the area. So... I guess that's still good. God, if I want to, his condoms are in another country, but what if you get your hands on them, Maxine? Sometimes I wish it was as cool as Rang. You're cooler than me, Maya. I don't know what you're talking about. Who is the lowest level? Honestly, I kind of... I want to find a Sawaddle. Surely Sawaddle is like a common spawn, right? And it would be in a forest. Kind of hate that it's silhouettes. Not gonna lie. There's so many commons. Oh my god.
My max gems per day ATM is 1.5 million, or 47.4 million for 30 days.
That is insane. I thought that was a Pidgey. I just saw the feet and brown. Send them condoms and poke holes in them before you do. I would not. See, now I know not to trust Maxine with condoms. I've learned a lesson today. Bruh. Did it do damage to itself? Easier to catch for me. At least it means I can still use this to check for, like, apparently Celebi spawns here ultra rarely.
I'ma pop off and head the gritty to bed and have some skibidi sleep. I'ma the most sigma dreams, no cucks allowed. Love my PogChamp heated blanket. I'ma Buddha riz up the cool side of the pillow. Dabs.
You get you some Sigma sleep, Maxine. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good sleepy sleep. Big honk shoe time. Maxine just blessed all of our ears. What do you mean? Hell yeah. Do they only get XP if they're out with me? But Ferret's out with me as well. Oh my goodness. There's so many Pokemon in the area, I don't even know where to start. Guess I just catch them, right? Oh shit, I did not mean to do that. Hello? There's so many Pokemon in this area, but I can't find one to encounter. Where's this Pachirisu? It's running away. Where are you? There. Squirrel. Squirrel. She did, in fact, did not. No, it was a blessing to the ear holes. I don't know what you mean. Wait, why is this level 27? Nah, it's fine. My Comfy's got this. Excuse me, sir, you're in the way. Oh! You are not a Pokemon. Please leave. This cow wants to be a Pokemon so bad. We already have enough cow Pokemon, I'm sorry. You didn't make the cut. It's just how it is. Catch it and name it Squeeb. On it. There we go. It'll be in my PC though, so I'll have to name it Squeeb when I'm back at my PC. I'm gonna try and catch everything in this area first. Where's this Tandemouse? Where is it? There they are. What a cute little couple. They're about to spend the rest of their lives in a Pokeball. Nice and cozy in the Pokeball. Whoop. I don't know if I'll keep Comfy on my team. I probably will keep Comfy because I just really, really like Comfy. I think she's cute. She's just a little flower necklace. Oh. The mice are angry. Oh, there's a different form of dealing. I'm not gonna do like a full form dex, but like with things like the different forms of dealing, I'm gonna catch all the different forms of dealing. Because like that's relatively easy. Okay, let's not use comfy. Last time I did that, it healed the dealing. And braided your hair at ages. Just braided your hair. Now you remember why you don't braid your hair. I feel that. I feel that hard. Like, okay. Well, it turned into a leather. Usually if I braid my hair, I'll do like 2 either side because I find that easier than doing like one long one down my back. That just hurts my arms way too much. But it is difficult and kind of annoying. And then when it doesn't look 100% right, it's like, well, why did I even bother? You're annoying me. The cows are literally just in my way. They're all up in my grill. They want to be turned into steak so bad. Imagine liking things. Sure, there's things you like, Akaza. You like delicious in dungeon. That's what you like. Got no hair to braid, honestly. Probably a good thing. Braiding hair is annoying. Just for bed, so you did 1, but that was a lot of effort. Yeah, exactly. It's like so much effort just for like a style, like a hairstyle to go to bed in. And then you take it out in the morning. But it's the best, one of the best hairstyles to sleep in because you wake up and your hair's not like knotted. That's why I used to do it, because it meant that I didn't wake up and have super tangled hair. But then it just became too much to do every time I went to bed. So I just put it in a ponytail now and hope for the best. Nuh-uh, no proof. Let me just go back through your chat history real quick. Where is the Metapod? Is the Metapod in the room with us? Oh, he's in the tree. Come here, you bitch. I don't know where that ball went. There we go. Got him down from the tree easily enough. Oh yeah, me too. Yeah, I got you, Akaza. Checkmate. Why does the Metapod look so- he looks so sad! You know what? I would also be sad if I looked like that. Sorry, Metapod. If you do 2 braids, it stays in for like 3 days. Yeah, that's the only time it's like truly worth it, because then you can just- you don't have to brush your hair! Who wants to worry about brushing their damn hair? Takes too long, it hurt. I love having long hair. I love how it looks, but the upkeep is not it. I hate having to brush it. I hate how much hair I just shed everywhere. I am constantly shedding. It is always stuck to my arms. It's a sensory nightmare, but I like the way it looks! And that's what truly matters. Is there here I have a cord? What is that? I think that's the Yamask on the map. My little gang. Phantom! Wait, where is he? Why can't I see him on this map? There he is! Little guy! Why are you level 30? Why are you gonna be like that? Okay, there we go. It's okay, we got a super effective move. It's gonna be fine. And he's too busy buffing up anyway. Pretending my hair doesn't exist! You do not look like an ogre. I guarantee it. Oh my god. Oh. Sorry, your mask. Sorry, little guy. Sorry, Gato, you're probably next. A cute ogre? An ugly Chuck Norris. I guarantee you it doesn't look as bad as what you think it does. And even if it does, it's gonna grow back. It's gonna grow back. That's one of the best things about hair, is that it does grow back. If you fuck it up, it'll grow back eventually. Is there any way you could, like, you can fix it? Like, touch it up and fix it up a little bit? So that it doesn't look as, like, messed up. Spiked up and doesn't go down. Oh, Chia Pet! Hey, but Chia Pets are cute! Chia Pets are cute. Elijah did? Okay, that's good. Have you got any, like, hair gel that you could, like, try and slick it down with so it's not spiking up everywhere? Oh, did I crit catch it? Why did it make that scary ass noise? You know what? Fair. I'd rather eat glass. Okay, fair enough. It was just a suggestion. Then I guess the only thing to be done is to wait for it to grow back properly. I mean, if I remember correctly, your hair grows pretty quick, right? Noctowl, can you fucking stop doing jump rope so that I can... What is going on? I think I was on a dead Pokemon or something. Woo woo to you too, bitch. Level 31, this isn't gonna go well. Hopefully it grows extra quick. You could wear beanies!
I made pizza today and actually
it is
had
hot.
leftovers. I bring this up cause a past stream I said I never have leftovers.
You make sure you actually have leftovers? Hell yeah! Is homemade pizza as well, Tani? Homemade pizza slaps. A hat? People wear hat in hot weather, right? It's hat time, baby. Okay, I think everything's gonna die here. Is that appointment coming up again? They better not fucking move it again, I swear to God. I will, like, go in there and personally beat the shit out of them. Homemade yummy! You're not tired anymore? Welcome back, Maxine! It's okay, you just get to chill here until you feel sleepy. The sleep will come eventually. 31st! That's only a few days! Fingies crossed. Fingies and toes crossed. Make it a trend to wear hats in the heat? Well, I mean, you kind of have to if you're outside, because then you get sunburnt on the top of your head, and that shit fucking hurts. You think this will kill it? It shouldn't, right? Okay, we're good. Since you're on TD, hairy boobs. I was shocked when Sable told me that his boobs had hair on them. I was like, what do you mean your boobs? What happened? I was like, what do you mean your boobs have hair on them? What do you mean? I also hate hats, but I hate having a sunburnt scalp more, so one must make sacrifices. I'm gonna need to go heal my Pokemon. This is not... I'm going to put a waypoint here. House. Maybe I'll call it by, like, the biome it's in. Actually, while I'm here, bro just, like, flew through my head. While I'm here, I'm gonna get some oak wood so that I can actually finish my house. So the problem was that there was no trees growing nearby. This is nearby enough. Oh, there's an Azurill! Baby! I must catch baby. Is baby in water? I think baby is in water. Oh my god, look at this side duck! Look at him swim! Where's baby? Oh, there he is out there. Please don't be super high level. I will be so sad. Ishblash. Level 13, we got this. Actually, I can probably just... Oh, I forgot this is what happens when you try and catch Pokemon that are on the water. Please catch. It did not catch. Oh. No! No! Come back! You're level 13! What do you mean? Oh my god. Oh my god. Hitbox? Hitbox who? Because it's a chest. You right. You right. But like, Timdy. I don't know why they're not on a floaty thingo. Okay, it caught, thank god. Back to my house. Big swim. So they're thinking to myself, what's something out of pocket I can say? 17 gives chest hair. Congratulations, Maxine, you thought up a good one. I mean, it makes sense, but like, I just never even thought about it. Bruno Regus just chilling. He's just hanging out. I'll catch one eventually. He's probably gonna be way too high level for me to even attempt to catch. He'll beat up all my Pokemon and then I'll be sad. That's one hell of a hole. Oh, actually it's not that bad. You watch, I'll fall into it at some point, just because I decided not to fill it in. Need to heal my babies. Need to heal the babies. Because they do be dying, though. There we go. Also need to make more balls. I might finish my house while I'm here, just so that I actually have a completed house to sleep in. Grid ask if boobs be hairy the sweat. Oh, the hair mixed with the sweat. Does it ever get, like, itchy? Because, like, hair rubbing together equal itchy? I want to be able to auto-harvest these. But I don't know if I actually can. I need to check on my AFK. Need to make sure I'm still getting money. I am. It's okay. Everything's Gucci. So many balls. Okay. Okay, we Gucci. Have I got... Oh. I'm gonna need to go mining for copper again. I don't wanna! No, I take half. There we go. Okay, it does have to be a certain orientation. I didn't think it did. The more you know. Hello, Froky! How you doing today? I hope you're good. Nipple hair gets itchy, so imagine boob hair itchy is much worse. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, I need to name the Pachirisu Squeeb. Can I not name it while it's in the box? I can't. Swap. And do a little swapshy. I want Vulpix, but like... I like my Wiglet. I like my little Wiglet. Yeah, I like to think I'm pretty Sigma, thank you very much. Sigma Riz. Sigma Riz, more like Sigma Nuds. That's what I was doing. Squeeb. Is Squeeb. Squeeb de Pachirisu. Do I like beavers? Where does this question come from, Maya? What possessed you to ask this question? I mean... I think they're alright. They build dams, and dams are pretty cool. Oh, I needed way more. Okay, well, I'm goofy, so... Very little progress has been made. It's okay. One day I'll have a finished roof on my house. One of these days. You just started the beaver game. There's a beaver game? This is news to me. What does one do in the beaver game? How does one win at the beaver game? Making me want to play Minecraft? Play it, Froakie. Play some Minecraft. Live the dream. You won't believe this? I bet I won't. Do you build a dam? You build dams?! That's kind of cool though. What are the building mechanics like? What if I want to build a dam? Should I play the beaver game? It's 6:30 AM? Froakie, why is your sleep schedule always so cooked? It does mean you get to be here though, so that makes me happy. Damn, Daniel, bringing back the meme. I don't think I've heard someone say damn Daniel in a good, like, decade. Why is it only growing little tiny baby trees? Little piss baby trees. I need big, thick daddy trees so that I can build my roof. It's more like a city builder, but there are dams. Oh, you get to build a little beaver city? That's really cute. That's almost a decade. Give or take a year. Tonight I'm watching your friend try to get Diamond on Marvel Rivals. How did that go? Gengar was in here complaining earlier that she was having a
Holy
shit
cow.
time with it.
Your penis is gigantic. Gigantic.
Lima!
Your penis is literally the biggest thing within the whole tri-state area. It's bigger than an elephant. It's bigger than like, a tree. A big old tree. Lots of branches on your penis. You must wake up every morning and thank the good Lord above. You're truly blessed. Congrats.
Are the branches like little tiny penises coming off my one massive penis? That's how I like to imagine it. They're one game away from platinum. Oh, that's sad. Don't hurt that! Yeah, Maxine, do you not think my dick is huge? Are you not respecting that my penis is the biggest you've ever seen? The branches are mold. I do not have a moldy penis, thank you very much. My penis is so clean. You know how they say avocado tastes like clean dick? My dick tastes like avocado. How you doing today, Lima? I hope you're doing good. The fuck? Oh, it's a Talo. I don't think I have one of those yet. How would you like to be captured this day? Go, wow, that's good to hear. The crafting is...
Now at 56.4 million gems for 30 days.
Oh, that's so many! Share? I'm kidding. I'm getting there with my gemmies. I am. I'm not doing too much mining and crafting because this is Cobblemon, so I'm trying to catch the whole Pokedex. Like a normal person would. Let's catch the entire Pokedex when the chances of certain Pokemon spawning are fucking 0.8%.
Give me 30 days and sure.
No, it's fine. I'm gonna get the whole dex. Whole dex is gonna be mine. Salmon becomes moldy with age. Are you saying I'm a salmon, Froakie? Such a big dick, I can see it from where I live. Exactly! See, Tiny gets it. You see my child Swadloon? I seem to have lost the sight of the little rascal. I have not seen Swadloon. I am actually looking for a Swadloon or anything in that line. Because they can learn false swipe, and I need that if I'm gonna catch the whole Pokedex. How you doing, Gum? I hope you're doing good today. Thank you for giving Tub a pet. He deserves it. Yeah, Minecraft Pokemon, exactly. You hydrated just as I was hydrating. I'll give you an extra hydrate. Now my cup is empty. Is empty. Is it a female? It is not. Catch the bee! Catch the bee! That was a lot of damage! It's okay, it didn't die. That means catch bee. Epic. Did I end up getting a Mareep? I can't remember. I do have a Mareep. What here don't I have? I haven't caught a Nimble yet. I haven't got a Bofferland Eva? But he's level 31. And I think he'll eat me for brekkie, but let's give it a go. You're gonna get to lurking? That's so good, Lima. Thank you so much for the lurk, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Brekkie, yeah. I'm gonna become Bofferland breakfast. Oh, goodness me. What is happening? He has a skill where
POV me wanting to anal my boss Catico one stare.
On Frog, Maxine? On Frog? That is a wild thing to say. Don't you refer to Arya as your boss? Oh. You wanted to anal? How many people do you want to anal, Maxine? What the fuck is going on? I'm getting eaten! No, my other boss. How many bosses you got? I'm just letting this thing destroy my entire team. We're in better territory now. 30%'s low enough, right? Right? Eat the Bofferland? I might, if I don't end up catching it. Okay, no. He's okay. He got in the ball. He knew what was good for him. Say 3, but one of them is a femboy, so 2? Are you saying femboys can't be bosses? Sleep now, in the car tomorrow, / in 7 hours? Depends, are you tired, Jorbs? Do you think if you tried to go to sleep now, you would be able to? Because sleeping in the car does hit different, but it may not be super restful sleep. They're too submissive. You gotta get some popcorn? Get you some popcorn, Maya. You're not tired? Well then it might have to be car naps. It might have to be car naps. Especially if you can like lay down on the back seat Those are some good naps. Make sure you take a good pillow with you. I like having a pillow when I sleep in the car. It makes it more comfy. Because you said you wanted to anal your boss, Maxine. They clearly want to get analed. Come on. What do you want? Can I help you? I haven't got what you need. Get away from me! I think this villager wants to anal me, and I'm not into it. Be gone, thought. Thank you for saying it so I didn't have to. I got you. I'm the best wing woman. Thank you for clipping that.
Falling asleep in the car is just fast travel. Only works if you're a passenger though.
Yeah, it's fast travel to the afterlife if you fall asleep as the driver. Just a different form of fast travel! You're still wearing your collar, Maya? Hell yeah. Where does one purchase a collar that fits a human being? Asking for a friend. Stonjourner, are you okay? Do you need help? Can you stop teleporting everywhere? Or the hospital? Real. Oh, Lord. Giga drain this. Giga drain this bowl. You want the link? Hell yeah, I do. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's driver for Indiana Stones. Oh, nope, it used poison for some reason. Okay. Interesting choice. Who wouldn't want to do anal with their boss when they've seen their bosses? Fair enough, Maxine. Fair enough. Got pillow? Hell yeah. Floppy pillow you've had since you were released from the crib. Aww. You got this pillow. Jobs, that's so fucking cute. I love it when people have, like, things that they've had since they were a baby. And they're usually, like, in the best way, it's usually, like, something really disheveled because it's existed for such a long time, but it's kept out of pure love and sentimentality. I don't think I haven't got anything that I, like, have had since I was a baby that I, like, always loved. Which kind of makes me sad that I don't have anything like that. Giga drain these nuts! That's what I'm saying, CM! That's what I'm saying. Maya has multiple! What? The fuck? Oh, it used whirlwind. Oh no. Oh no. Leech seed it. I'm scared! Oh, okay. Just keep whirlwinding me, it's fine. Care to share? She's gonna share the link for us, Tani! It's okay, we're saved! We're saved! If their boss does fits... do you know a boss that does that, Maxine? Is that why you know so many things about this boss? Pill is yellow, gross, but you love it nonetheless. That's so cute.
Some days I wonder how the fuck I ended up, then I remember it was because of Sable.
It's fine, Akaza, don't you love us? Aren't we great? Aren't we like your besties? We besties. You love it here. You have a bear that your mum made for you? That's so cute. That's so cute. Like, I definitely have things that I have had since I was, like, little, but not, like, well-loved things that have, like, a lot of wear and tear because of how much I dragged them around.
Some days it's questionable, most of the time though, yes.
Yay! Akaz just confirmed that he loves us! We're loved, guys! Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Jorbs. You ended up here by being autistic and experiencing trauma? Yeah. It's a rite of passage! It's like how I was saying at the start of stream, it's also a rite of passage to love femboys in this community. You also need to be autistic and have some kind of trauma. We're all in this together. Forgot, Discord name is different on here, so Discord it's Oh! Okay, got you. I think you tried to friend request me the other day and I didn't recognize the name, and if I don't recognize the name of someone that's trying to friend request me, I automatically ignore it. Oopsie. Sorry. My bad. I got scared. What level are you? 34? No, I got this. Let me catch the big puppy. Have all your baby toys and all your plushies. You'll fight your parents if they try to sell them, as you should, Maxine. I've got a lot of plushies in storage because I've always been, like, even as a kid, I was a huge plushie collector. And so I have a lot, in storage at my dad's house. And I've said to him, I'm like, if you ever throw any of those away, nursing home. Don't test me, boy! Do not touch my fucking plushies. Some demands a posture check. Alright, let me unshrimp. Unprawn. There we go. I have checked my posture. I am sitting up so straight. You have a cat plushie that you got from your grandparents? Oh, kitty! Buy a plushie of one of Mesmer's snakes? I mean, snakes are cool. I'm so sorry about that, Tani, but I'm glad you understand. Thank you for the hydrate, Magna. I'm gonna have to go get some more water. Hold on. I will be right back. Let me stare into your soul real quick while I go and do this. That was cold. I have obtained the water. The ice wasn't fully, frozen when I took the ice cube out, so a bunch of cold water spilled all over me. The little bit of remaining water. Oh no. Oh no. Comfy's gonna get destroyed.
Mesmer's snakes are goofy little guys in the first phase.
Goofy little guys! I love goofy little guys. The plush bear from your mum, cat from grandparents, and a snake from the zoo, and Fue Coco from myself. Are those all the plushies you have, Akaza? Honestly, quality over quantity. Currently snuggling a half-size Blush named Davy, and Relaxo, my Snorlax plushie. You named your Snorlax Relaxo. I love that. Isn't that the... what What language is that Snorlax's name in? Is it German? I don't think it's German. It's a European country, I'm pretty sure. He's Relaxo. I love him. I have a Snorlax plushie that I cuddle every night. Because I love him. He's my baby. I call him Baby Tub. I'm not talking about the Blahage Sable, I'm talking about the Relaxo, the Snorlax. Relaxo is Snorlax's name in another country. I just can't remember which one it is. Oh, it's German? Okay. Only have 4 and we'll only have 4 unless you find a shiny Houndoom plushie. That would be really cool. I feel like they should do more shiny plushies. That'd be really cool if they did. Especially, but only for like the Pokemon that have good shinies. Like, as much as I love Snorlax, I don't think he should have a shiny plush because the difference isn't, it's not big enough. I think it would be much better on like Pokemon that have really obvious shinies and really cool shinies. You're not stupid. You're just tired. Get shiny doggo plushie, I'm getting it. You should. I hope that they bring one out one day. Life-size Superior? That would be awesome. No, I want a life-size Snorlax. That's what I want. Where's my cannon-size Snorlax? I need it. I might need a bigger house first, but I need it. You're never getting a Blahage, you're not going to the airport for a shark. Fair. Fair. Unlucky, I don't have to go to the airport for a Blahage. I have an IKEA just down the road. Let me heal my babies. Yay! Let me check on my AFK. Yeah, 13.7 billion. I don't know what they call those coins. They're just little red coins. And how many gems do I have? 25! Let's go! Oh, and I got a core. Yippee. Yippee. 3-hour drive? No! You might Eep. Good luck Eeping, Maxine. Thank you for hanging out. I hope those Sigma dreams come to you this time. Level 16. Wait, what? Why is there a level 16 here? Wait. I'm gonna accidentally kill it. Surely it just catches, right? Well. I don't give a shit if it burrowed its way underground. I'm catching it. You know what bus you'd have to take? Well, if you ever do really want a Blahage, you know how to get there. Oh, come on. Throw it at the booty cheeks.
I just searched it up and the closet IKEA to me is 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Yours IKEAs are so far away! I feel privileged to have one just down the road. Feel like I don't make use of it enough now. Ah! If I touch it, it's gonna die. What's the lowest? 24 is the lowest. He's paralyzed, but... Okay, that wasn't that bad. Why did I not realize that Fury swipes hit multiple times? Well, bye, poor me. What do you guys want? You just watched me kill your friend. I don't think I've caught a Joltik yet. Wait, where'd he go? Where'd he go? He despawned. What about little fire puppy? Yours is so far away. 2.5 hours? How do I get up there? What are you, Mufasa? On fucking Pride Rock? Get down! Level 29! It's okay. It's gonna be Gucci. What? What are you gonna do from down there? This is the R3 and I'm not going to the airport for a shark. You would go to the airport for a hot dog though? You know what, fair, hot dog slap. But only a really good hot dog. Because airports suck. It's called a 20-minute city for a reason. It's so small. Honestly, I've never heard it called the 20-minute city, but that makes a lot of sense. I'm originally from Adelaide. I usually go there once every couple of years because that's where most of my family live. But I've never heard it called the 20-minute city, but it makes sense because everything is kind of right next to each other. I feel like a lot of people sleep on Adelaide. It's pretty there. Maybe I'm biased. Oh my god. What the fuck you mean not very effective? Talking in Discord gives you the biggest anxiety even though you're fine talking here. Discord's scary. I get what you mean. I'm kind of the same. Give me these Joltiks. Oh, I think I'm moving away from the Joltiks. What is happening? Are they not up on this hill? Oh, there's a Badu! Give me the Badu. Give me the baby. That's... There's a baby! Look how slow it is! He's just hanging out. Costco hot dog and Blahaj. Exactly. Big brain. Big brain. It's only 16 minutes away. Even on the bus, that's kind of really good. Small world, exactly. 10 times the size of your hometown, it still feels the exact same. I prefer Adelaide City more than I do Brisbane City because it's more easily navigated. Like, Brisbane City is such a pain in the ass to get around and to drive in, but Adelaide City, easy. It barely even, like, feels like driving in a city. You know what, maybe that's the bonus of people not liking Adelaide. There's not enough people there for it to become a pain in the ass to drive around in. Baby! It's just a baby. If it happens with your server and I just don't get it, because... Yeah, it's the same people. No, I get it, Tiny. I understand. It's okay, don't ever feel pressured to talk in the Discord if you're not comfortable doing so. It's a-okay. Brisbane traffic is disgusting. And then they'll, like, work on a road for a decade, and nothing will change. Because by the time they've actually finished updating the road, the traffic's got worse again. What are the ultra rares in the Cherry Grove? Xerneas, Cresselia, Celebi. Why? Oh, because it's a mountain. Rayquaza? Yeah, me too. Is that Galarian Zapdos? Big guy. I wonder where Mew spawns. I think Mew spawns in, like, flower forests or flower fields. Meadows? Prefer Australia to the hell we call America. I mean, it's pretty cool here. It's, like, you get the occasional dickhead, but, like, I think Australia's pretty cool. The next 4 years are gonna suck, and I am so sorry that America's in that position, because I'm seeing what's happening over there, and I'm like, what the fuck? It feels dystopian. Adelaide way better than Melbourne or Sydney. Oh my god, yeah, Melbourne and Sydney are even so much worse than Brisbane. Because of just the sheer population density in those areas. I would straight up, I would not be driving in Melbourne or Sydney. Fuck all that. And they've been to Brisbane, Sydney, and Melbourne. So far, Melbourne's been your favourite? Hell yeah. I haven't actually had the chance to go into Melbourne before, even though my dad lives in Victoria.
Nope, where I live nearly every person is a dickhead. I hate it. I'd much rather live anywhere else.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I get you. But yeah, I've never had the opportunity to go into Melbourne, because when I have been down to Victoria to visit my dad, those times were a few years ago when we were still sort of in the middle of the pandemic, and Melbourne was famous for its COVID outbreaks back in the day. It was the worst of Australian cities. So I was always too scared to go into the CBD, because I was like, I'm gonna fucking catch COVID. But now that it's all cleared up, I'm hoping next time I go down to Victoria, I get the chance to go into the city. No time like the present. I don't have enough money to travel down to Victoria. Unless my dad's paying for it, I ain't going nowhere. I'm stuck here in my home. Did love the markets in Melbourne and Sydney. I can imagine they would be really good. Yeah, Adelaide isn't anything special, but I think it's still really pretty. I want to go to Melbourne specifically for the food, because Melbourne is like the food capital of Australia. They've got like any brand that is like up and coming and has really good food, it's in Melbourne. Like, all the places that I've seen, like, TikToks of, like, Australian restaurants that look like they have the absolute most bussin' food in the world, they're all in Melbourne. So I would be going there to eat some fucking food! A ton of disgusting creatures in the wild. We have a ton of disgusting creatures in our government. Which one would you prefer, CM? I personally think they're much better out in the wild than fucking up the Constitution. And honestly, most of the animals here leave you alone. Like, yeah, it's a big meme that we have a lot of snakes and spiders and stuff and, like, things that want to kill you, but if you leave them alone, they usually leave you alone as well. They're not dangerous unless you piss them off. Or if you're not careful, like, for example, stonefish, like on our coasts, in our rock pools. If you're walking around in rock pools without water shoes on, yes, you might step on one, and yes, it will be some of the worst pain you've ever been in your life. But if you have the right gear, and you got the right safety gear, you're all good. And if you're informed, then it's real Gucci. Blue-ringed octopus, yeah, basically just don't stick your hand in a rock pool where you can't see. And again, blue-ringed octopuses will only bite if they feel threatened. They don't just do it for shits and giggles. Went to Melbourne because your grandfather was running a marathon there? Yo! Melbourne Zoo? Ooh, that would be really awesome. Every zoo is a good zoo. If they take care of the animals. Exactly. If the animals are well taken care of, I love zoos. Like, I love going to Australia Zoo because it's especially really educational. Like, they really put a huge effort into, like, conservation and education. So I think it's awesome. I love going there. Haven't been there in years because it's fucking expensive, but I love it there. Been to all the zoos around me, and Melbourne is definitely the best for taking care of the animals. Oh, I definitely want to go one day. No moolah, yeah. It is, like, I kind of get it, because obviously looking after animals that zoos have would have to be so wildly fucking expensive. So I get why it's so expensive to go, but, like, Oopsie. But, like, man, I want to see all the aminos. And I don't have any money. Oh my god, a Smeargle! I haven't seen one of those yet. Come here, little fella. Let's not kill this one. Perhaps. Hello, fella! Thank you for popping in and saying hi. I hope you're doing well. Oh. I catch Pokemon in Minecraft. Hearing the amount turned my wallet to ash. $116 for 2 people? Tell them they're dreaming! That's so expensive.
Melbourne has a part where you can walk through with the lemurs. You're not allowed to touch them unless they touch you, but they have staff to stop assholes.
You can walk through an enclosure with the lemurs! I fucking love lemurs. I've loved lemurs since the fucking movie Madagascar. That's what made me like lemurs. Is that fucking movie. Nimble! Nimble, please. I know you're a cricket. But I can't. Eventually you'll get it. If you throw enough balls, you'll catch it eventually.
It's Canberra. We aren't allowed nice things here.
Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. That makes sense. He's so small and he's so fast. He's jumping everywhere. There we go. I got the little fella. Oh. That was fucking hard. There's an Igglybuff. I don't think I have one of those yet. He's just a baby. Yippee! Got a Ladybug. Yep. Oh, I ran out of balls. I think I ran out of balls. Only one more. And then I need to go mining for more copper. I don't want to. I guess you get away today, Igglybuff. What gen is Nimble? Gen 9. Recent gen. Pokemon Scarlet Violet. Same with Darkspawn. I don't have any balls for the bread dog. No! Oh, he's so cute. Look at the bread dog. Look at me. Stop turning away from me. Look how cute he is. Look at the eyebrows. I love. Goodest pup. You think Parliament House is here? Fair. Can you just, like, walk to Parliament House, Akaza, and just go and, like, look at it? Like, is it just that close to you that you can just go and visit it? Because I know Canberra isn't terribly big. Would you eat a fire dog? No! I could not eat the puppy dog. I could not. It's just a baby. Did they add Garganackle? I'm not entirely sure. I've got the Pokedex here, but I don't... What number is Garganackle in the... I'm pretty sure the Knackley line is in Cobblemon. 934. Yeah! So that'll be them there. So yeah, they are in the game. I just don't know where to find them. Iron Golem looking dude. I know the Geodude line is in this. My balls. Got to see him, see the fella. Probably only take an hour or two. Can you actually do anything at Parliament House, or can you just, like, take pictures of it and, like, look at it? Is there anything interesting about it? Other than, oh my god, the Australian government, woo. Need to go get some heckin', copper. I keep forgetting that I actually need copper. Wait, let me check and see if there's just some that I haven't put in the furnace yet. There's heaps that I just haven't put in the furnace yet. We're saved! I don't have to go mining! It's just a place to take photos. It's so boring. It's so boring. Snore. Go to the War Memorial, not Parliament, and of course there's nothing interesting. It's Parliament House. Can you, like, ever go inside it and, like, see inside it? For a school excursion as a kid, used to think it was so cool. Did you get to go, like, inside? Because I feel like that would be kind of cool. But, like, just seeing the outside of it, that's boring as hell. Why would I just want to look? I can go look at buildings any day. The only thing special about that one is that the government in it. Give me all these. Oh, didn't pick it up. Must harvest my apples. Make more ball. I feel like, should I try and catch every single Pokemon in a heal ball? I feel like I should. It might be a long endeavor, but they're my favorite ball, and it would be so boring to catch all the legendaries in Master Balls. Like, yeah, obviously got the journey of making them, but if I just have lots and lots of balls on me at all times, and then I run into a legendary, I can just catch them in a heal ball, and then they're extra special. Is that a shiny? Is that a shiny Patrat? I don't like Patrat that much, but I like shinies. Oh my god, he's gonna fucking despawn. He's gonna... This is so sad. This is so sad. I think 12 balls is enough. Where'd he go? There he is. Look at this sparkle! balls! It's my first shiny! Okay, I like his blue eyes. That's kind of cool. Come here, little guy. That is such a cool shiny effect. Oh my god, I almost shit myself. I thought he was gonna die. In the ball. Give me shiny. First shiny, let's go! And I got an achievement for it. Fuck yeah! Also, I think this is the weird looking thing that I saw on the Pokénav earlier. Ew. I'm sorry, but that thing is ugly as fuck. Yippee! The grind for tree balls, yeah! War Memorial's awesome, but it doesn't beat the Questicon. Is there, like, stuff to do at the War Memorial, or is there just, like, cool picture opportunities and stuff? Went inside, even seen the room where all the debates happen. Ooh, that's cool. See, that's cool. Vomit worthy, literally. I need to catch it, though. But I'm gonna... Please don't kill it. It shouldn't. That was just fucking rude and uncalled for! That was so much damage. How dare you? Silly little beat. Please don't kill it. Oh. Well. In the ball. I don't really remember, but there's a slide? I was to take a photo and then we found— Oh, you got left out of the photo? Beat up that teacher. Beat up that teacher. Bye, Squeeb. Oh no.
The War Memorial has massive walls of names of soldiers with poppies and then also a massive dome with a coffin for an unnamed soldier and an eternal flame.
Oh, that's really cool. I like that there's like poppies. And then they've got a coffin for unnamed soldiers and stuff. And the eternal flame. I think we've got an eternal flame in the Brisbane War Memorial as well. I've walked past it a couple of times when I used to walk to uni. Teacher was one of your favorites till then. They don't deserve to be your favorite. How heckin' rude. Oh my god, what do I do? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's either beating up my entire team or putting them to sleep! Okay. We might be good now. Hello, Scary! How are you doing? I hope you're doing well today. Come on! Not your turn to act. I'm trying to catch this ugly-ass beetle, and it's not going well. Hello, Miko! How you doing? I hope you're well today. I'm pretty sure the slide's called the Big Drop. You hang from a bar, then drop. That sounds like so much fun! I want to do that. I love slides. Man, I love slides. Okay, I gotta heal my babies. Gotta heal them's up. They have experienced big damage. Or beetle, yes, it's ugly. Scary looking beetle. Doesn't it evolve from like Dottler? And I think Dottler's really cute. Little cute round bug. And then it turns into that monstrosity. Meteor! Little rock. Little meteorite baby. I'm coming for you, little rock baby. His little smile. I'm doing pretty good, Miko. I'm glad you're doing well. Also, I have a house that allows you to learn about earthquakes. Yo, earthquakes? Earthquakes are a really interesting natural disaster. I'm one of those people that finds natural disasters really, really interesting. Like, they are scary, but just the fact that nature can fuck us like that is interesting to me. And, like, earthquakes and tsunamis, like, as scary as they are, I'm like, that's like the planet, like, just shaking. The fucking plates rubbing against each other. There's plates under the ground that when they hit each other, they cause ground to go brrr. And then the tsunami is big wave. Big wave go really, really far. Ocean scary. Like, as if the ocean wasn't already terrifying enough. Big wave. So they lifted you up and they let you go, but once I realized that's not how the slide works, me and your friend had a panic attack. Oh, I had to walk back to- Oh, I'm sorry about that, Tani. They should have let you know what to expect before you went up there. That's their fault, not yours. I'm hoping this doesn't do much damage. Yeah. There we go. Now we should be fine. I've had to do that before with one of the rides at Wet n Wild. I had been on it before, like, I knew what to expect, but for some reason, this one time that I went to go on it, it was my turn and I freaked the fuck out, and I'm like, I cannot. It was I can't remember what it's called, but it's like one of the duo rides where you, like, sit in the little tube and it's got, like, this really big, like, you go, it's like a funnel almost, but you, instead of having the big round thing, it's like you just go up and down, like you go down really fast and then up the other side, and then you sort of just like, it moves up and down and then settles in the middle. I can't remember what it was called, but I had to go backwards because of the weight difference between me and I think it was Henry that I was going on it with, and I freaked the fuck out, and I was like, I can't do it. And it was very embarrassing having to walk down past all of those people. Did not like that experience one little bit. But it was so stupid because I'd been on it before, but for some reason I just wigged out and was like, I'm not, no, not today. Ray tells me I have to commit to the slide. Little 11-year-old me, yeah, no, when you're a kid it's very different. You've always loved roller coasters and speedy things. You went on the Scooby-Doo ride 37 times in one day. Was that the only ride you went on all day? Because the lines for that ride, I remember them being really long. Of course, it used self-destruct. I ran out of balls anyway, so I'm not that mad. I love the Scooby-Doo ride. Apparently they've refurbished it and, like, changed it up a little bit, so I'm excited to go on it again next time I go to Movie World. But I am a little piss baby at the end of the day. Scooby-Doo ride I can deal with. That's, like, about as crazy as I get with rides. For sure. Certain parts of the house are designed to fall apart to simulate the effects of an earthquake while you're inside. Oh, that's actually really good, like, for education. And knowing, like, where not to stand in a building if you're ever in an earthquake. Parents couldn't afford to go places with roller coasters. Yeah, I was gonna say, is there even any in Canberra? But yeah, I get that. Most of them are wicked expensive.
We were lucky that day and the Scooby-Doo ride wasn't busy, but yeah, the lines are normally super long for that one.
You got really lucky. Hell yeah. It must have been on like a school day or something when there weren't too many people there. That's when you're best to go to theme parks and stuff, is on school days. Because otherwise there's just way too many people. Go on like school/work day and usually you're Gucci. I want more. More ball. I think it's the pink ones that I don't have enough of. It's a mouse. It's a little meowth. I don't think I have a meowth yet. I missed. So never forget the Batman ride. I was so excited to go on it. Mum measured you and you were tall enough, wait in line. You were less than a centimeter to- No, that's so sad. That's so disappointing. Especially for a little kid, like, because when you're younger, you don't understand that it's for your safety. So, like, it just ends up being a major disappointment. But even that, like, less than a centimeter, surely there's, like, you would think that the measurements that they've got in place for those, for rides like that have some sort of wiggle room, like it's not exact, like they overcompensate a little bit just in case. That's so fucked up. Especially waiting in line all that time and then being told you can't go on it. Questacon is a science place. I love science. Science museums are super fucking cool. $20 for an adult, that's a really reasonable price. I think we've got a science museum here in Brisbane. I've been to it before, but it was a long time ago. I want to go again. I like museums. And I think they're right next to each other as well. We've got like the proper museum and then the science museum. Or
yeah, my mom had long nails, so when she measured me, her nails made it seem like I was tall enough, but unfortunately nope.
No! That's so upsetting. And yeah, because you would have been told that you were tall enough to go on it because your mum thought you were. And then to be told that you can't go on it. Little you should have beated them up. Beat them up. Kill them. In Minecraft. I've been to too many theme parks in Queensland since I was 8, so 10 years ago, but you'd love to go again now that you're tall. Yeah, you'd be tall enough for all the rides now. There are no limits for you now. I would definitely recommend, out of all of them, Wet n Wild is my favorite. But I also just really love water parks, and I love slides. So Wet n Wild is my go-to. But otherwise, I really like Movie World. Dreamworld is a little too much for me. There's so much going on at Dreamworld that I'm just like, no. It's too much. It's too much. Too many ride. Come here, Flabib. Level 30! Why? Why though? Oh, right, that'll be not very effective. My bad. It was fucking stupid. Pool near your grandparents' house has some simple water slides. Yeah, I like water slides. Water slides are lots of fun. Because you go down them, I think I like water slides because they're not quite as fast as a roller coaster. Like, there's no mechanical parts that make it go faster. It's just like you go down them a bit faster than you would go down like a regular slide at a playground. I think that they're much more my speed. No, I didn't like Wet and Wild as a kid because you don't like wet clothes on you for sensory issues and you hate swimmers. That is 100% fair. That is very valid. Especially like walking around in wet bathers as well is just really uncomfortable. And because you're waiting in lines. Did cry on the log ride as a kid when it went backwards? Real. Okay, no one told me that the Wild Wild West at Movie World went backwards. I was so angry because no one told me what to expect. I thought, you know, we just go down that like big thing at the the part where you see when you're out on the outside of the ride. But after I went backwards, I was screaming. I was like, get me off of this thing. I was so scared. You've cut yourself on a water slide. One water slide to enjoy. You have to cover your nose when you get near the bottom. Oh, that's fair, because you get dunked under the water at a pretty high speed and it all goes up your nose. I always hold my nose. If you cut yourself on a water slide, that means that the water slide needs to be maintained properly because there should not be any sharp bits, especially when you're going down it at speed. Oh, this is gonna take for fucking ever. Stop! Stop making
Fun
wishes.
story, I actually almost died on the ride cause they didn't put the bar on tight enough and I was slipping and my dad grabbed me and pushed the bar down.
Holy shit, that's terrifying. I am so glad your dad was able to, like, rectify the situation before anything bad happened. That's like... That's like my irrational fear with, like, theme park rides, is that some shit like that will happen and I'll just fucking die. It doesn't happen often, but when you hear stories like that, it's like, well, it can happen. And it's like that, knowing that it can happen, that's enough for me to be scared. I don't blame you, Feta. I do not blame you one little bit. You were fine with the Tower of Terror. You will never catch me on the Tower of Terror. Never, ever. Never. Nope. Ironically, one of my favorite rides at Dreamworld was that River Rapids ride that a few years ago, killed a bunch of people. I loved that ride. And after hearing what it did to those people, I was absolutely shocked. I was like, how does a ride that is so calm create that kind of absolute chaos? So, just like, I think after that, I've been more apprehensive than ever.
I mean,
of
to be fair,
parks.
I used to hate how tight the bars were, not realizing it was safety, and sat forward so the bar wasn't so tight. Then once that happened, I never did it again cause I taught myself about safety.
Okay. That's really good that you were, nothing bad happened. Because yeah, like if they don't teach you about it, then you're like, oh, I want to be comfortable and I know how to make myself comfortable. And if you don't know, especially as a kid, that that's gonna make it less safe, then, you know. How many PP does Wish have? I just want to catch this stupid flower, but it keeps healing. You know what? Have I got something that'll do more damage, maybe? It shouldn't be a Kaza. Must look after yourselves. I am about to run away from this fight and kill this Floette with a sword. I am about to attack it physically. Wish cannot have that many PP. No, that's all good, Feta. I had a nap today because she nearly passed out. Oh. Oh, Feta. I hope you get some good and restful sleep. But no, don't be sorry. Thank you for hanging out and having a chat. I appreciate it. And I hope you have good restful sleep and feel better in the morning. Thank you, Feta. Honestly, I'm thinking about wrapping up soon because I want to play more Pet Sim and I'm also tired. Unless you all want to hang out while I play Pet Sim. Zombie apocalypse streams in a row? Yo! Are you beating up all them zombies, Feta? Usually you would hear that someone's had zombie apocalypse streams and you'd be like, oh my god, that's so scary. But I was like, it's Feta. Feta likes her zombie apocalypses. Pet Sim stream? Yeah, honestly, I might swap over. No, it does sound cool, Feta. Especially because it's your like special interest. So it's your thing. Alright, let's save and quit. I caught hella Pokemon. At the end of the day, I caught hella Pokemon. And I think all I have to do to bring up Roblox is, yeah, because it's open in the background and I've got a window for it. Exit that so it's not taking up any shit in the background.
I keep having a dream where it's like a mix between Hunger Games and COD and everyone has guns and you have to be the last one. There's more to the dream, but that's a long story.
Damn. Do you enjoy having that dream? Enjoy your stream. Wish me zombie dreams. I wish you all the zombie dreams, Feta. Have good sleepy sleep. That does sound like kind of a cool dream, Tani, but at the same time, scared. Scared. Okay, let me change my title and Boblock. Boblock. Late night Boblocks. I just want to hang out and play Boblock. Let me full screen this bad boy. Let's get some serotonin noises. Or make it too loud because especially this area in particular is like kind of loud for some reason. You're ready to come back to Boblox? I just changed over just a second ago. Why can't I hear anything? Okay, I can hear it now. No, that's all good, Sable. I'm just gonna be in the cannon area. Finishing off my... upgrading my cannons. I've upgraded them all fully, and I've upgraded the area fully as well.
I remember when I went and explored a cave with Psyche and we got to climb a rock halfway through the cave. We were only allowed to have head and hands over the edge of the rock since it was a very steep drop.
Yo. That's kind of scary, but also really cool. Caving, in theory, caving sounds fun. Also, how's that sound for you guys? Is that really loud? Or is that okay? Because I can turn it down more, because that sound is very... It's a lot. Caving sounds cool in theory, but then I, like, actually think about it, I'm like, ooh. I think caving is great, unless it's, like, really, like, those really tiny spaces. Hopefully if I turn it down to just that one... Is that better? Went kayaking and dirt biking. Let's fucking go. Okay, so what do I do with the cores? Collect hellfire crystals to get hellfire gems. Yeah, okay, I've got a hair. What do I do with them? Oh my god. Damn, I got fucking tickets. Let's go. Spawns mega hellfire. Oh. It spawns a chest? Is that what happened? Or is that giving me these? Hellfire. Oh, there we go. It's giving me gifts. Okay. You join me? Hell yeah. I spawned a gift bag. Yes. Give me that. And then there's... Exotic. Obtained by using a Hellfire core during the Cannon Tycoon. Wait, how many do I have? I've got 11. Open 8 of them. Oh my god! Yeah? A lot of things happened. Not sure what it was. And I gotta get lightning cannon tokens. But I don't... It says I can get them from the... So rare, they sell for 5 million? Holy shit. Yeah, I can see why, because it took me forever to just get those. Let me open the 3. I want the stuff from them. Give. Give. It's giving me a lot of shit. But I think it's mostly like this stuff. Oh my god. Look at all the party boxes! There's so much stuff. I've only seen them for 1 minute. Yeah, you're getting scammed. You're getting hella scammed. Cannon damage. Oh! I didn't realize these were Oh, yeah, give me these. Do they stack? Oh, I don't think they stack. Oh, the time stacked. Okay. That's all good then. Look at all of this shit. I don't even know what to do with any of it. Oh my god, I've got 22 name tags. Let's go. 5k meteors? Wait, what do the meteors do? The comets? Or is there a specific meteor? My god, look at them go. That's so many. I've been opening some of these eggs to try and get these fellas, but so far no- Oh! Actually, it says I've got one of those. Do I have one of those? Is that the stunt corgi? Bro's just a guy. I've got 8 of them. Let me turn on auto hatch. Hatch all the eggs! Need to switch to hotspot for game event? Yo! Do you mean you need to go on your hotspot to play this event? This is what I was doing initially when I started stream, like in the background, I was just opening a bunch of eggs, but if you don't move, if you AFK opening eggs, it stops opening eggs, which is annoying. But I get it. I get it. Like, I've earned so many gems from just being in this area. I started the day at like 8k gems. I now have 1 million. Too much lag? Oh, I getcha. I want to get one of the really rare ones, but it's so unlikely and my luck is bad. My luck is bin. I've gotten a few shinies, but they don't seem to be super, super rare. Oh, sorry, Tony, I missed your message. You have to try and fix your sleep schedule soon. I feel that. Gonna be sad when you can't stay the whole stream. That's okay, Tiny. Gonna turn your phone down and let it play while you fall asleep. Oh, I would appreciate that, because then you get to lurk, and I appreciate my lurkers. But yeah, I understand having to fix your sleep schedule. When you have life commitments, you need to make sure you're up early enough for them. I am lucky enough that at this point, right now, I don't have very many life commitments, so it's only every now and again that I have to be up at a certain time in the morning. And usually, when that does happen, I am partial to just staying awake all night and going to the thing and then coming home and going to bed. Definitely not healthy. And obviously, if it's an all-day thing, it makes it really hard to do that. Give me the good shit. Yes, TAFE starting up again. 5 AM? 5 AM is insane. Yeah, because you have to rely on your dad. That sucks, Tani. Yeah, I understand the not having a license. I also don't have my license, and when I was at, like, studying at, like, in-person uni, like, on campus, occasionally I had to get up that early, but usually it was for, like, an 8 AM lecture, and I would just watch those lectures online, because I was like, I am not getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to an hour-long lecture. Absolutely not. Especially not if I can just watch it online later. Oh my god, a car's away! Are you good, homie? Is that the lag that's doing that? Can't even walk because you live an hour and 15 minutes. Yeah. Yup. You don't have any easily accessible public transport, I imagine, either. I was lucky enough that I had, like, I was a 10-minute walk away from a train station, so I was able to just jump on the train, get into the city, and then walk to campus. But it would have been so much more difficult without being lucky enough to have that. 2 frames per second, no! Why is it being so laggy for you? Is your internet just low-key bin? I mean, is that not all Australian internet? Let's be real. Too far, get halfway, have to get on a bus full of school kids. Yeah, no, ew. Ew. Children. Yucky. Yeah, no, that is very unfortunate that you have to get up so early and you don't have any other different ways of getting there. What are you studying, if you don't mind me asking, Tani? When I were actually, technically I'm still studying. I'm taking a break at the moment because of life events. But I was studying initially law and psychology, and then I dropped law and I finished my Bachelor of Psychology, and then I moved on to my Masters of Counseling. But I'm taking a break at the moment. I do plan on finishing it though. Oh yeah, no, I remember you mentioning that you're getting your early childhood education certificate. My bad. My memory is shocking. I'm so sorry. Once they get to big school, they start getting annoying. That's fair. That's fair. So 3 in early childhood education care. You got all the lilies, the little humans. The little humans that are still learning to human. The visual effects like loot bags and coins would be good. Yeah, there is a lot of visual effects. Which, for me, is great. It's so stimulating. I love it. I could just sit here and, like, watch it. And I love, like, all the noises and stuff. It's like a little stim board, but I'm playing it. But yeah, I imagine if you've got, like, lower graphics capacity or not as good internet, it is balls. Straight cheeks. I've got so many of these little dragons, the little shepherd. Torpedo shepherd. See, I think if I did education, like as annoying as teenagers are, and teenagers are also really mean, I feel like I would prefer to work with teens, and like, because at that point they're kind of like young adults. So like, as annoying as they are, and some of them are assholes, usually those are the minority. At least that's what it seemed while I was in high school. I don't know what it's like now. Almost 10 years later. Shit, that's a scary thought to have. I always think, oh yeah, it was only a few years ago when I graduated from high school. Nope, it was fucking 2017, my guy. It's been a hot minute. Jorbs, I am 100% with you. Humans are annoying, birth to death. Love the little bubbies. It's aww. Paid a lot more. I'd 100% stick with it. That is the downside, is that, like, and it shouldn't be so poorly paid. It shouldn't be such a poorly paid profession, because it is necessary. It is necessary. Like, why? If all these, like, early childhood educators just went, fuck it. No thanks. And just, like, noped out, where would everyone be? You know? I want to slap all the teenagers. Valid. Very valid. Year 5 in 2017. Oh my god. Stop it! You're showing my age! You know, it's so weird. After finishing high school, time feels so different. And I think it's because high school is really structured. And then, like, tertiary education, like, after high school education usually isn't as structured. So it's like, it feels like time moves differently. I don't know, that's just how I feel, because, like, I've truly lost track of time. Time just keeps passing me by. Have to leave the event, I'm sorry, Akaza. Do you want me to come out into the regular world? Because I do need to keep doing that, because I've not opened all the areas yet. Been out of high school since 2019. Yo. Yeah, honestly. But you're still getting your education. You're still doing TAFE, and you're still doing, like... And I think that's, like, something that they don't make obvious enough that is an option for people. That finishing high school usually isn't the be-all and end-all of, getting a job later on in life. Alright, I'll come out into the main world. So let me see what we're working with. Actually, oh shit, I've got 2 minutes left of the boosted damage. So I will stay here until I've finished out the boosted damage for the area. Yeah, exactly. So like you didn't even need to go through the pain of all those years of high school, because there were good things about it. Like, I didn't hate my high school experience, but I know a lot of people do. And I think there needs to be other options. And there are, they just don't make them obvious because they want to keep children in high school. But it's like, if that's not working for them, then, you know, give them other options. Up to your 5 cores? Hell yeah. Yeah, you got this. And hopefully in the coming years, they'll put more funding into early childhood education, and you might end up seeing that it gets paid a lot better. And it'll be more of a, like, something you can do long term. Because, yeah, like, you shouldn't have to do, like, work a job that you don't like as much just because you can't get enough money from the job that you actually want to do. Being left out of your friend group, so you started going less. And that, yeah, that's what, like, the social issues that come with high school is why a lot of kids don't like it. Because at the end of the day, kids are mean. Like, I hated primary school for a similar reason. I was bullied in primary school and felt, like, so out of place. But I was lucky enough that I got a fresh start in high school. Like, I didn't go... None of the people I knew from primary school went to my high school. So I essentially got a fresh start. And it turned out okay. Like, I made some good friends. People I'm still friends with to this day. And honestly, my cohort wasn't... They were all relatively good people. Like, you had a few bad eggs that were dickheads, but otherwise, it was a pretty good group of people. I hear now, though, that the high school I went to has gone to shit. That's unfortunate, but glad I'm not there anymore. I don't have to put up with it. Fuck all that. Alright, let's go to the area that I'm up to. There's so many! And it's like, oh, there's different... You need rebirth this penis. How about that? Alright, take me there. We continue. We go forth. Eventually be a surgeon and join the Navy? Yo! Those are some really big aspirations. I believe in you. Like, being a surgeon takes so many years of training. Do you have a particular, like, interest? Like, I know most surgeons, like, specialize in an area. Do you have, like, any particular special interest, for area of surgery? You're on Rebirth 9? I think I'm only on my first Rebirth. I'm taking this shit real slow. Yeah, you help me break all that shit. Let's go. Onwards. More. Gemmies. Give me them gemmies. I'm telling my year 6 teacher, don't let me go to high school because I hate it and stop going, and that, yeah, exactly. Like, most of the time, I feel like we don't give kids enough credit to know what they're capable of being able to handle. Because there's so many kids out there that are like, high school isn't for me. I am not able to handle what high school is and the shit that comes with it. Give me other options. You brought your army with you? I can see that! Yeah, let me buy this. Pet damage. Upgrades. Love to do neuro? Hell yeah. Don't think I'd handle the stress, so probably just general surgeon. That makes sense. Neuro is like... Ooh. I collect shiny relic. Yeah, neuro, I have heard, is, like, hugely stressful. You also need to have incredibly steady hands, because which you do as a surgeon in general, but, like, when you're working with a brain, that's like a whole different level. 72? I've only got, 16!
I mean, also mommy issues made me attached to female figures as a kid and I wanted to stay with her. It's funny how now I do the same thing with older females but in a completely different way.
Aww. Oh. It started off wholesome, but I think the end of that isn't so wholesome. Ew, brains! Yup. I feel that. Brains are fucking stupid. As interesting as they are, the human brain is just... It's really not conducive to survival sometimes. Am I, like... Oh, I thought I, like, slid. As if I was actually on ice. Look at all of them! Look how fast the bar's going up. You went to auto- Oh, yeah, I, like, my brain processed what you said. And I was like, oh, it's not wholesome anymore. Yeah, give me these rewards. Gimme. Collect 4 enchants? I've collected way more than that. Is that not another one? Is that not an enchant? Hello? Yippee. Advanced merchant. What are you selling? Oh, I've got, like, so many of those. We good. My hoverboard's cooler than yours. Yeah, well, at least I didn't spend money on this game. I can't say I haven't bought Robux, but that was just to customize my character. I haven't spent money on this. Yeah, exactly, but Scarlett Johansson. Jorbs has a good point. I'm doing neuroscience! Real. As someone doing psychology, real. That's why I had 20 million gems instead of 23 million. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, now you've got 440,000, so how does that feel? Take a ride. Wait, what? I want to take a ride. Let me. How I do? Let me do it. Yay! Whee! I'm on the ski lift. I like how my pets have to walk. Yippee! Okay, I'm fulfilled now. I'll do it again. Yeah, you have 56 million in a month? Yeah, well, eat butt. Eat cheeks. Want her to be your mum, and other times I want her to be mummy. That is true mummy issues. You ever pog so hard you're breathless? Did you just have sex? Is this post-sex discussion right now? Should go out? Go out where? Outside? Why would I do that? We did not. What are you pogging over? What are you pogging over so hard that you're breathless about? That's crazy. He's in another room. Maybe you had phone sex. I don't know. Imagine having phone sex with your partner in the same house. Remember to open eggs. Open these eggs, bitch. Why would I need to buy random enchants when I can just earn them? I meant pogging! But what are you pogging over? Now you have adrenaline for no reason? Yeah, because it's 12 AM. It's gremlin hours. We in the fire area now. So was joining the dark side? Join the dark side of Pet Simulator. Collect gems. Collect coins. Yeah, in Queensland, we an hour behind. It's only 12:06 now. Whoa, what's that? Yeah, I got an asteroid. Ooh, comet shower activate. Start a comet shower, you can just, yeah, do it. Fuck yeah! How long does it last? Or is that it? Is that you dropping TNT everywhere? Ooh, yes, gimme drops. Oh, I haven't got enough yet. Must keep gathering. That was your TNT? Bet. Getting me all the money. There we go. Onwards. Another comet! Need 20! It's okay, I was not sleeping. Yeah? What? Huh? With every message, I get more and more confused. Almost there. There we go. Next area. Oh my god. A chest. Jesus. Everything's exploding everywhere. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Giant coin jar. We fill it up. Yay, look at all that money. Oh, it's a sprinkler. What does a sprinkler do? I assume it's given me more money, though. You help, yes you help. Big thank. Rare potions. Magnet. Akaza, bring your army back over here. Fresh as the stacks faster. Ah. True that. Where's my fucking... Why am I having a... Put on these. The cocktail and fruits I've got like chance for drops by 1%. Oh my god. Let's do some apples, bananas, watermelons, pineapples, oranges. Some of these. Some of these. Do it for the right click eat max. Wait, what? There's a... What's the maximum? It's not gonna eat all of them, is it? I don't have a eat max. Have... Oh. I could only... the rainbow fruits? Ah. There we go. Now break things so fast. Thank you so much for the follow, Caleb. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Use every buff item ever? Like every single one? Except lucky eggs, obviously. The diamonds ones would probably be good. I have so many enchants! Is that the... No. Put that... Aww, suck dick. How about that? Place flags, use jars. That's too much to think about, though. I just wanna... And don't you have to, like... Isn't this just, like, an area? And then you have to stay while it's active? I sort of overthink if you say something makes it sexual, so make you uncomfortable. I'm not like, obviously I say sussy things sometimes, but they're never directed at people. As long as you don't direct, like, I mean, sometimes people do, but usually it's people that have been in my community for a long time. I usually don't know how to respond to, like, sexual things that are directed at me. But, like, just in general, then yeah, I don't care. Oh, sorry, I missed your trade request, Akaza. I was yapping. I use them all. I think I already have all rainbow pets, don't I? Makes all pets shiny. There's already a different oh. I can't place other ones, okay. What does this do? Oh. I wanted to do things. You don't really need to, Akazu. You got so much shit. Yay, I rank up, let's go. Yeah? Are you giving me free shit, Caleb? I'm gonna pretend to have an innocent mind in reality. I want to make sure, but I wouldn't aim it at anyone unless it was 100% a joke. Yeah, no, then you're all good, Tiny. That is a win, Miko! You got all cleansed. All cleansed. I'm proud of you. Showering is a pain in the ass. Most of the time. I'm one of those people that, like, avoids going for a shower, and then once I'm in the shower, I really like it and don't want to get out. Oh, your bundles, because you can't open them quickly. Bundles. Oh, these? I think I've got a bunch of those that I haven't opened yet. You sure you're willing to part with those? Nah, on God though, the cannon area gives you, like, so fucking many. Sure, if there's, like, acid to you, it physically hurts. That sucks, Miko. I'm sorry that it's like that for you. Okay, let's... Where's all these fucking bundles? Like, look at... There's a problem opening your charmstone. You're a fucking charmstone. Yeah, me too. Oh, you can right click. Oh, okay, thank fuck. But it's so fun just opening them all like that. It's so much more fun having the confetti go everywhere. Oh my god, look at all the toys! It's 1080, 500 pixels, take it or leave it.
If you right-click use Max Toys, it'll give you a buff for, like, days.
Oh, really? There's use all. You trade me? Yeah, hold on. Where you at? How do you trade with someone? Am I dense? I genuinely can't work out how to trade a Kaza. I've got no other ideas other than click there or click on your user. Bottom right, there's a... Click the bottom menu and there's a trade icon. Oh, this... What does it look like? Pets menu, arrows at the bottom. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't even see this stuff down the bottom. I was just looking at, like, the general inventory. Oh boy. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more. I shall wait until it says you're ready. There we go. Can't mass open with the- oh, okay. The fucking... Where are they all? It just needs a yippee. So many. I thought I'd opened them all, and then Akaza gave me more. I'm gonna be so rich. "14 days of toy buffs? A whole 2 weeks, let's go!" Do they run out while you're not offline, or does the timer only tick down while you're online? Oh my god, why can I only open 50 of those at a time? I guess we'll find out. I mean, I feel like if you've got 2 weeks worth of buffs, it probably doesn't matter if it runs out while you're offline. Why can I not eat Max Banana? Oh. I have eaten Max Banana. Okay, I'll go to the next area. Onwards! Onwards, army. I go and put down a flag. So you can only put one flag down at a time. What does this do? Oh. Oh my god! Look at him! Big piñata. Random urge! As long as you're responsible and you don't have anywhere to be in the morning. Oh my god, block! Oh my god, more block! Give me all of these. Oh my- oh, that's- holy shit. It's going for 2 hours, okay. But I put down a flag! You told me to put down flags and now I'm just wasting them! I don't want to waste them! Okay, fine. I'm not putting down flags then. See, this is why I play games by myself, because then if I'm not fast enough, everyone's like, why aren't you going faster? A rebirth. Got up and was wanting some good vibes, literally thought I hope Rager is live, you are in luck, I am still alive! I am still here. No, I did not. Nick, hello! Hello, Raiders, welcome in! How are you guys doing? How was Helldivers 2? Welcome, welcome, everyone. Thank you for the hydrate, German guy. Oh, get on that. Hello, Raiders. For anyone that doesn't know me, hello, I am Rangarath. I am a little orange cat. I play lots of different games. Earlier I was playing Minecraft, but then I decided that I wanted to play Pet Simulator on Roblox, and now that's what I'm doing. I swear a lot. I sometimes say some really out of pocket shit, so if that's not your vibe, that is a-okay. But if it is, feel free to stick around and have a good time.
Can 100% vouch for Ranga.
Oh, thank you,
Very
Nick.
lovely voice, and absolutely so huggable and squishy. Y'alls follow her if you have the energy and time.
Oh, thank you so much, and thank you for that beauty. Thank you, thank you.
Welcome to stream, guys. Ranga is an adorable orange cat girl who entertains at all times. Hit follow FR on God.
Oh. Thank you, Sable.
A.
Gonna go to grandparents and eat delicious food. Enjoy the food, Miko. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful day. Hey, me too. Me too, bestie. If anyone needs to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Don't feel pressured to stick around. Nick, if you have to do any after stream care, please do so. Oh my god, we're doing that alphabet! What's next, guys? What's next? I gotta make sure that you guys know all your alphabets.
C.
Good
what
job!
if I already follow her?
If you already follow me, then you're extra awesome. Extra super awesome. I run out of money. I need collect money. But yeah, this is just a late night Roblox stream because my brain was like, eh. So I needed to take a moment to just have some serotonin, some pure serotonin from this game. I used to play this, Cyber. You still got 2 or 3 Titans. I don't have any Titans because I only just started playing. You gotta raid and run. That's all good. Look after yourself. You have a meeting in 30 minutes. Good luck. Good luck. Meetings can be stressful. I hope it goes well. Best farmer in the West. Yeah, literally. Remember to go open eggs at the shop. How about no? Got lucky for those Titans. Maybe one day that'll be me. Maybe one day I'll get to have a Titan. Or should I say, I'll get to hatch a Titan. Because you can buy them and everything, but like, it's so much cooler if you just get like super lucky. Create a clan? Oh, it costs Robux. I was like, guys, we should create a clan. Egg. I used to play this but stopped once you unlocked hard. There's a hardcore mode? Oh. Yes, luck give for when I'm opening eggs later on. Oh, in the old game. I think I played the old one a little bit. Have they just, like, gotten rid of it? Or is it still, like, there for you to play? But this is, like, the recent updated version. Yeah, why are there so many pet simulators? For real? The event from the Angel and Demon thing? Yo. Does that mean you have like an angel titan or something? That's so fucking cool. 3-day quest. What? Refreshes every 3 days. Gimme. Select a card. Bread! Bread dog! Hatch 2,000 of your best eggs. Reward toys. Okay. I think I can do that. Yeah, gimme. Gimme. 3 times surge active cart ride into Preston. Sorry? What's this? Click green button, jump into the cart, click red button on cart. Jump into cart. What the fuck? Huh? I can't control it. What is happening? Ah! Get back in the cart! Where are we going? Ah! You just walked through this? Yeah, I'm noticing that these are... You can't control them. Yep, I guess I'm walking. Do you fall through the middle? Is the reward good? Oh my god. Too scared to step in the middle in case I fall through. Oh, you can fall through. I want to ride on the cart! Okay, it's working! It's working! I just needed to approach the cart from behind? I'm not doing anything, like I'm not touching my buttons. It's just doing it. Still there? You can transfer? I can't remember if I had anything good, but I did have some pets. Look at me go! We ride into minecart. Oh my fucking god. What is that? Oh, there's a chest up there. You can't. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Pop cat and knife cat. I don't know if I had a pop cat. Wonder if I did. I'll have to get on and find out what I had. Wait, they have to be exclusive? They can't just be like a regular old pet? Snow merchant. What you selling? Snowball launcher. The ultimate. What does this do? What do I do with it? I clicked it. Where is it? There it is. Can't equip. Oh, okay. Then get off the hoverboard. Where'd it go? Having a moment. There we go. And then what? I shoot snowball. Is that it? I can just shoot snowballs at things? You are out of snowballs. How about you eat me? Give me my damn hoverboard back. Unslay, literally. Faye! Hello, Faye! How are you doing? How's it going tonight? You were playing Makers and Crafting? What were you crafting? Hello, welcome in, Raiders. Hello, for anyone that doesn't know me, I am Rangarath. You can call me Ranger. I'm a little orange cat girl that likes playing games. I play a lot of different games. I was playing Minecraft just before and then decided that I wanted to play Pet Simulator on Roblox. Sometimes that's just how it goes. I swear a lot and sometimes I say some out-of-pocket stuff, so if that's not your vibe, that is a-okay. I am definitely not what someone would call a family-friendly streamer, but I'm just chilling, really. How is everyone going? I hope you are all well today. 20 dark matter pixel demons and you can't transfer them? No! That's so sad. Finishing up you're crocheting? Oh my god, that's so cute! A little goat! I'll have to check out your VOD. You know what? I'm gonna open it right now so that I remember to look after I finish stream, because I want to see the goat. I wish to see the baby. Show me the baby. Are you doing a donathon at the moment, Faye? Everyone here, make sure you go follow Faye. And if you can contribute to their donathon, please do. Please do. Show everyone else how generous y'all are. I've got that open in the background and I'm going to be watching it after I finish stream because I love crocheting. I've wanted to learn myself, but like, it's kinda hard. You were playing an interactive game called Ravenfall? I don't think I've heard of that, but I do love a good interactive chat game. You finished crochet- a Minecraft warden? Oh my goodness! Do you just make them for yourself or do you sell them? I love the idea of making crocheted plushies. I am just one of those people that if I am not immediately good at something and don't immediately know how to do something, I'm very quick to give up. And crocheting seemed intimidating, to say the least. Hello there, Kitsune! How are you doing? I hope you're doing good today. But if anyone needs to raid and run, please don't feel pressured to stick around. Faye, if you need to do any after-stream care, please make sure you do so. If you need to eat, sleep, or just generally just vibe and relax, please feel free to do so. You want to sell the ones that you do well, more so relearning to crochet? I bet they're amazing. I can't wait to see the goat. And I'll also check out the warden as well, if that VOD is still there. So did you used to crochet like a while ago and you sort of like dropped it for a little while and you're just relearning how to do it now? A Wooble's crochet kit's worth the money and that's the way to learn. I've always been scared of the crochet kits because some people are like, oh, they're not a good way to learn, but I think I might actually get myself one and see if I can like, because specifically I want to crochet plushies and I know that you need to start somewhere and that everyone online is being like, oh, you know, start with your granny squares, like make a blanket or something, and I'm like, no, I want to make plushies. I want to make plushies! I don't want to make a blanket! Woobles is the best. I will look into them. Hey, it might make for a cute and fun little stream at some point. I wouldn't mind doing a little crochet stream myself. That sounds like fun! Husband bought you your first Woobles kit a couple of years back. Oh, that's such a sweet gift. No you, Jorbs. I am a rangoose after all. I want to make the plushies. You're not patient enough to learn. That's kind of my problem, but like, I want to work on being patient enough to learn new things. I want to make things. I want to create. But in order to create and make things, you need some sort of patience to sit there and learn how to do it. I'm trying to become a better, more patient person.
A/B/C/D/E/F/G/H/I/C/L/M/N/O/P.
That's only half. Where's the rest of it? You go eeps now that it's 2 a.m. Get you some sleep, Jobs. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful sleepy sleep. I might wrap up soon here, y'all, because like it is starting to get late, and I don't want to ruin my sleeping pattern again, because recently I've been able to go to bed at like, you know, 1 or 2 a.m. and be all Gucci. I don't want to go back to going to bed at 6 a.m. in the morning, because that was not... You know how hard it is to sleep when the sun's up? You got pregnant with your 5th kid, so you crocheted up until last week before he was born. Didn't have time as we figured out homeschooling 4 kids... Homeschooling 4 kids along with a newborn? That sounds like so much work, Faye. Oh my goodness. Bubba is now 2... Now, I imagine at 2 years old that they're walking around causing trouble. That's what I experienced with my younger sister. Like, she was a baby, and then she learnt how to be mobile, and then she was causing chaos. Sleep time, yeah, EP time, but I'm having so much fun! Why eat when have Pet Simulator? But yeah, I'm glad you've got time to, like, go back to your crocheting now, Faye, that your little one's a little older. The heck was that noise? It's one of the things I collect. I haven't been keeping a super close eye out for those, but like every time I see one, I go and grab it. I don't know what they do. I imagine you get a reward when you collect them all. Another rebirth! Another one. Tons of rewards! Should I just rebirth every time I come across the rebirth thing? Or like, is there a benefit to not doing it straight away? Thank you so much for the follow, Laser Lava. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. He's headbutting everyone and bonking his bro. He sleeps 16 hours a day, living the dream. Loves sleep and it's weird. Get him up at 9 and 10 and he's telling me night. Literally me. Sleeping 16 hours a day, living the dream. Literally. Oh, you have to? Okay. I do. I birth. I am reborn. Usually you don't hear of very many young kids that enjoy sleeping that much. I know I was one of those pain in the ass kids that, like, wouldn't sleep. And it's carried on into my adulthood, because I will not go to sleep at a normal time, ever. I am always staying up extremely late and then waking up late. Gets over his nap at 4 or 5 and then by 7 he's wanting to go back to sleep. He's got the sleeping pattern of an old person. Sees at 7 p.m. Aight, time for bed. Time to sleep. Oh my guys, my gift! It has my name on it! Give me that. The index. View your... Oh, there is an index! Oh. Oh no, no. Oh no, no. This is bad news for me. That means I do have to collect absolutely everything. It means I'm forced to. There is no other choice now. I was gonna ask, are we the same because I've never slept as a baby and still don't? Yeah. Yeah. It be like that. You want a bubby, Tani? Babies are so much work. Sometimes I'm like, it would be so cool to have a little baby, and then I'm like, I can barely look after myself. How can I look after an infant that requires me for literally everything? Big props to mothers, honestly. Do you need to actually wake up and get breakfast for all the kids done? You have a great night. That's all good, Faye. You have a wonderful day. Thank you so much again for the raid, and good luck with the bubba and all the other kids. All boys? 5 boys? I know that house is chaos. I know it's chaos. See, I don't come from a big family. I was one of 2 kids, but we were both girls. And my dad was like, yay, I'm in a house of women. Best of luck to you, Faye. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day. And enjoy your breakfast. 45 million gems. Time to find a pet to buy. Who is your next target? Which pet is your next target? Getting money so fast, I don't even know what's happening. Give me the gift. Gib. It's financially stable, I'd have a kid. Say not even having a partner can give me said kid. I mean, there's people nowadays that, like, particularly AFAB people that are looking into, like, sperm donors and stuff because they're like, I just want to have a kid. So some people are doing that where they're just like, I will just raise a kid. And all of them are in a really great financial position to do that because obviously, I think with sperm donors, you have to go through IVF. So I don't know how it works, but a lot of those people are super financially stable. God, I wish that was me. But yeah, it's a thing you could do in the future, Tani. Tell my mom I know people. I have my sources. My baby dealer. And who knows, Tani, maybe in the next few years you'll find someone to start a family with. In that journey to become financially stable. You want to find a unique, cute one? I bet there's so many unique, cute ones. What about one of the kawaii ones? They were so adorable. The guys you know are always horny, literally. You'll never be having kids? Yeah, Akaza, I fear I may be in that same boat. I don't know, unless my mental health takes a drastic turn for the better, I don't think it would be something I could mentally handle. Like, man, sometimes looking after myself is too hard. Like, what do you mean I have to feed myself every day? 3 times a day? Just have to see if people sell them. I haven't... Is it at spawn where the like trading area is? I haven't actually like looked for it. I have no idea where it even is. Want 4 kids and have said that since you were a tiny child. That's adorable, Tani. I think some people are born to be parents. Like, some people, from when they're very young, just aspire to have a family. And I don't know, I've never been like that. I've always sort of been like... I've always liked animals so much more. Like, I've always wanted, like, a lot of pets. And to look after a lot of pets. And I have 2 cats. My little fur babies. I like my fur children. You unlock the castle lock? Oh! I'll have to go in there at some point and see how much people are selling shit for, but it's probably way more than I can afford right now. Same boat for completely different reasons, yeah. No, I get you, Akaza. You just want a cat, you will get Kitty someday, Akaza, I believe. That means you can have human children and fur children. That means you can have them both. Those people sell fancy stuff. I want all the fancy stuff. 13 days of Toy Ball. Only just realized that. Your dad would get feed a fish. No! You can feed turtles other things. What do you mean he was feeding them feed a fish? That would also make me cry. I love fish. I think fish are awesome. Hello, Green Knight. How you doing? Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I am doing pretty good. I keep saying that I'm going to wrap up soon and then proceed to do exactly not that. Because it is now almost 1 AM. But I'm just playing Roblox and I'm having a great time. I'm literally chilling. I am just hanging out on God for real. On Frog. You like being lonely, gives you more time and money to spend on Lego. Exactly, and kids are a huge financial commitment. Like, literally huge. So yeah, I can see that. Motherfuckers. Golden Titanic front man 7.2 billion? Bitch. There's not anyone in this server that has that many gems. Used to sit there with a cup and try and scoop them out. Oh, didn't have anywhere for the fish and couldn't catch them. Oh, that's so sad. Can't you feed turtles like worms and stuff? I feel like that's preferable to feeding them live fish. Like, obviously I know, like, you know, worms are still living as well, but fish, come on, they're so cute. Like always, yeah. Yeah. Sleep can wait. Whoa, why are we electrified? Why is there electricity? These are electric type Pokemon now. Why is the next area up the hill? Area surged. 5 times coin rewards? Let's go. How long does that last for? Because 5 times coins, that's no joke. Kids can fuck off, I'm building Lego by myself. See, Akaza, I feel like you would be like the cool uncle. You would be like that cool, child-free, single uncle that, like, has all the awesome Lego that the nieces and nephews, like, are like, wow, at, and you don't let them ever touch it. Give him bloodworms, but unfortunately it's good for them to get fish every now and then. I guess that makes sense, but the poor fishies. You've seen the little frozen mice. At least, okay, but with the frozen mice, at least they are already dead. Like, the thing with live feeder fish is that they are alive, and I'm like, I could still save it. but with a mouse that's already dead, it's like, well... Yeah, my family has a snake as well, like a children's python. And yeah, he gets fed, I think he gets fed baby rats now. Because he's bigger. I haven't seen him in years, though. I just know that my dad's still looking after him. Muse, hello! Welcome in! How are you doing today? I hope you're doing good. You and Zeph are gonna be the cool uncles? Exactly! Who needs kids when you can be the cool uncle? And then, when you want to, like, be around kids, you can go and be around kids because you can go be around your nieces and nephews. But then when you've had enough, you get to go home and you don't have to deal with them. When the kid starts crying, you can give it back to its parent and be like, that's yours now. That's all you. That's all you. That's how I want to be. You're overstimulated. I'm sorry, this game is very stimulating and that's why I love it. This is like it's Stimboard, but in game form. I'm currently collecting money. I got all these cute little pets that are running around collecting money for me. You be all my kids' cool uncles? Hell yeah. Can I be the cool aunt? Can I be the cool auntie? Probably gonna be the uncle that shows up to Christmas with a Lego set to build with the kids. Aw, see, that's super sweet, Akaza. That would make you the favorite uncle. It's okay. Sometimes I don't understand what's happening on screen either, but I get to just stand here and do nothing and things happen. And that's my kind of vibe. I don't understand how long this 5x coin is going to last, but like, the next area is open. Give me that money. Give me that money! Oh my god, I'm gonna see Jesus! Give me the free items. I have so many monies. There's so many. You're the stupid uncle. I say this is my niece's dumbest uncle. It's okay, that means you're funny. How I know I'd rather be a mum, because whenever that happens, you do your best to calm the kid down unless they want mum, Aw, that's adorable, Tani. Sometimes, like, I will try, like, if there's, I haven't been around a super young child in a while because all of my, like, cousins and stuff are grown up. I don't have any nieces and nephews. Never will. Won't get into that. So I don't have any friends that have kids either. There's someone named Snorlax on the server? Where? Are we in different servers? I think we're in different servers. It says you joined me, and then you're not here. What the fuck? But yeah, like, I feel like I would start off trying to, like, soothe the child, but then if I wasn't making any headway, yeah, I'm gonna give child back to parent. Especially because it's so stupid. But I will experience rejection-sensitive dysphoria from being handed a child and the child immediately starts crying. I will get upset. You got taken to a different one when you got into Bruh. You're the queer uncle, you talk video games and anime. Hell yeah. 12-year-old nephew is homophobic, but I'm sure he just thinks it's cool and that's why. But then again, wouldn't surprise me if he was. Hopefully, like, at 12 years old, you're very easily influenced by the people around you, and I feel like it's like probably the people that he's around at school, but hopefully, fingers crossed, there will be, like, over his developmental years, there will be more people that will encourage him to not be that way. Because this is not the day and age for homophobia. Absolutely not. We don't do that here anymore. That is not allowed. Wait, can I go up there? What's up there? Oh, I think it's just decorative. I thought I could go up there, but I cannot climb the clouds. Oh my god, there's more gifts! Oh my god! Give me these. Your little cousin doesn't want to hug you if you feel sad. Yeah, I know, and obviously I know it's not the kid's
I'll
fault.
slap the homophobia out of him. That's a joke mostly.
No, do it. Like, I would be damned if I let any, like, family member of mine grow up being, like, homophobic. Like, I can't change the adults. I've tried. But at least, like, a younger human that is still influential, I can do something. I can put my influence in there. But yeah, I don't have any younger cousins or anything to have that influence with. So instead, I'm a streamer, and maybe I can change people's views that way. Because fuck homophobic people. Oh my god, it's a piñata! Give me that. Whoa. He's icy guy! Oh my goodness, he's so cute! Get along with your niece pretty well? Hell yeah. The older of the two is stuck on brain rot language! Everything to him! Every single thing to him. That's crazy! Is it bad? Is it bad that sometimes I'm that person that's like, when someone says that to me, I'll be like, damn, that's crazy. I'm not completely brain rotted, but sometimes. But sometimes. Sometimes it's kind of a, oh wow, that's crazy moment. I always say things like, oh, what if your best friend came to you and so he says, I'll stop being friends with... Beat him up! Nah, there's still plenty of time for him to learn, realistically. And I hope that his parents are helping with that too. His stream as long cat. Yeah, I'm still here. I keep saying I'm gonna wrap up soon and then proceed to not do that. So I'm still here. But we're pet simming now. Right, when she tries to make people open my- Hey! Hey! Do you think I couldn't make someone open-minded? Actually, you know what? I probably don't really have the energy for that. Realistically, if someone came up and said some homophobic shit in my chat, I would probably just ban them. You right. You right. Thank you so much for the follow, Sovlaki Production. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Oh, thank you for the look. Snorlax look. I have a few younger cousins ranging from 1 year younger to 60. Damn. Yeah, no, I was like... I think I'm the third youngest cousin out of like all the grandkids. So like, all of my cousins are older than me, pretty much. I've got a single cousin that's younger than me, and even then, he is 21 this year. Why she sounds British? I'm not. I'm Australian, but I haven't got that super Aussie accent, so that might be why. I think the homophobia comes from his stepdad, because he's, ew. Hopefully, said stepdad gets yeeted out of his life at some point in the next couple of years, because, ew. Incredible news! Piñata! Oh shit, why did I fly? Where am I going? Onwards. It's birth time. It's time to birth.
Nope, my sister marrying him.
No! But if he's cheating, like you said, cheating, If he's that kind of person, why? Why would she do that? Girl, no! Have some respect for yourself. Don't do it. They never change. Just of the opinion that if folks want to learn, they won't do it from others. It has to be. Yeah, no, you're right, Muse. You are. I feel like you are correct there. Only 16%. You are not stinky. That is not stinky. The third youngest too. Are we in the same family? It's just family in Australia. Can't talk about family in England. You've never met them. Oh, you've got family over in England? That's hella cool. Not cool that you haven't been able to meet them, but like, got some international people in your family. In her bed with another woman. That's instant. That needs to be instant in the bin. Oh. I get to go to another world! Yes! Take me to space! Tech One, let's go! Throw that man in the bin! Get along with your sibling's partner pretty well. That's good, Akaza. It's always good when you get along with, like, family and their significant others. Glad you're less stink today! Yesterday you were 96%? Damn! You got roasted. Oh, look at them! Googly eyes. Wait, can you only get the googly eyes if you pay real money? That's so sad. Chat, this is so sad. Can we beat up the pet sim devs? Basic item jar? Huh? Give items. You got one from trading? Maybe I'll have to get one from trading. Cause they're so cute. Look how goofy they look. I love the blobfish. Look how silly he looks. Thank you so much for the follow. I like cats. Welcome in. I also like cats. I am a cat. I think she's with him for money, if I'm honest, but she does have one kid who's 4 and just, okay. It does make it significantly more difficult when you've got kids with people like that, which is really unfortunate. Thank you for the check-in, Mao. Howdy, I hope you're well. Have you ever played Pet Simulator? Roblox. All 3 of your adult siblings have partners. You get along with all of them pretty well. That's really good, Akaza. That's a hell yeah moment. Okay, what is over here? Access World 1 machines? Wait, huh? Wait, what the fuck? Does this let you, like, claim? Oh, hell yeah, I can equip more pets. I need that. Yeah. That's really cool that you can do this. So you don't have to go all the way back. That's big epic. And then there's gold pets, rainbow pets. VIP only! VIP only! And not VIP. I am a simple, peasant. Yeah, give me them diamonds. Hand them over. Give! Thank you. Yes, I have. Hell yeah. Yeah, I was playing Minecraft earlier, but then I wanted to play Pet Simulator, so I play a Pet Simulator. A portable version? Even better. Warp portal to... Oh, okay, so when you get to the next the area around there. You can warp straight there. You've never played it? Maybe you should. Look how fun this shit is. Look how stimulating. Some people don't like stimulating. I like stimulating because my brain needs to be tickled sometimes. Ground pound? Ground pound? The fuck? Who are we pounding? $50 keys to spin and you have to spin them one by one? Bruh. Have ultimates now? How do I access ultimates? Oh, this. Ground you with a devastating ground pound. How do I use it? Do I have to not be on the hoverboard? Because usually you would like ground pound as you jump on the ground. Is it this? What is that? It's on cooldown. Oh, I'll go. Does it just trigger automatically? It's fun to watch. If you played it, you get bored very quick. It's fun to, like... It's one of those games that's actually really good for streaming, because I don't have to pay a lot of attention to it. I can chat most of the time, which is what I usually do anyway. Thank you for adding that as a quote. You press R when it's available? Oh, okay, gotcha. We patted my brain immediately went to you! Yeah. Nah, I am taken. I am taken. I am unable to be pounded. You discovered an animation cancel? Let's go. You're a cat, you like living in my walls? Hell yeah. Sometimes just poke your head out so I can give it a little pat. Give it a little scritch behind the ears. I would be thrilled if a cat, like, was in my walls and just ended up in my house. Free cat. Cat distribution system done. So Cats likes the stream avatar interactions. The stream avatar interactions are awesome, and I'm glad they're being used. It make me happy. Did you know that you can clean and you can feed and you can water your Ringles? I hope I did them far enough apart that it didn't, like, not do any of the animations. I made those animations myself. And it means you can look after your Ringles. Your Ringle hasn't been cleaned in months! Stinky Ringle! You can also attack. I believe I can also do, like, a battle royale. Sable, I'll beat you. Thank you, but I'll beat you. I still need to finish yours. I've been lazy. How do I do the battle royale? Oh, Sable's on it. Fight to the death. I love stream avatars. It's honestly one of my favorite things. And just the fact that it's so, like, it's so customizable. Like, you can, like, if you've got the ability to, like, if you're able to, like, and you're willing to sit there and learn how to, it is very easy to customize your own stream avatars. What, you should be able to change your color also. I'm not sure what platform you're on mobile. I believe it's the little puzzle piece that comes up on your screen, and on desktop you should be able to like scroll down to like my about section, and there will be a panel for stream avatars, and you'll be able to pick your color. Who's winning? Oh, Lime won! Oh my goodness! You got beat it! Hell yeah! They did. It's okay, they're live again! Ringles are actually immortal. You came second though? Hell yeah. Comet. Give. Police cat egg? Why the hell have they made— okay, well it's a cat, but like, why police cat? You want another battle royale? I got you. There you go. Battle royale is for, I think, mods only. I think it's a mods only. You won something! Yeah, you did! Your Ringle was the best Ringle. Diamond wheel, spin for huge. I thought it said spin for hugs. And I was like, hell yeah. How do I spin it? Oh, you know what? Let's just do it a couple of times. Yay, I got your gift bag. A shoe does absolutely nothing. And there's 3 of them on there? My brother in Christ. What do you mean? Rigged. Rigged. I'm under 2 million now. This is... oh, okay, I'll do it one more time after this. I'll do it one more time. Fucking boots, man. Okay, suck my peanuts. I'm just getting shoes. I don't want old stinky boots. Muse, you won! Let's go! You got the peanuts. I'll have to do a stream at some point where I make some gear for the Ringles so that y'all can buy it with the peanuts. I'm just lazy. Killed me for the win. It's okay. I don't need to win. I've got unlimited peanuts. I'm the one that creates them. Your weekly quests? Like competitive, you don't like losing this? I think it's completely random. I honestly don't think there's anything that you can do that like changes the outcome. It's not even skill-based. Give me those quests. I'm picking the exact Pokemon I would rather protect with my life! That's what I said. I'm not eating precious little Fido. That's just a baby. It's a puppy. Are we in Water World? Give me my potions. You lost your earphones case? No! That's fucking ass. That's why I don't like Bluetooth earphones. They are so easy to lose. It's just a small little thing that you put it down, you forget where you put it, it's gone. It's gone. And then what are you supposed to do? Can't wait to jork, I mean use my peanuts. Oh, who's farting? Who's shitting and farting right now? Sting, I see what I open stream. Beanits is what the stream avatar's currency is called, because I thought that was a fun idea. I stand by it. I stand by it. It'll continue to be Beanits.
Uh-oh, Stinky.
Uh-oh.
Stinky. Uh-oh, Stinky.
Just a little bit stinky. Just a bit stinky. You've had worse from me. Okay, who's shitting themselves? Who needs to go toilet? Who needs a diaper?
Would you eat roast lechonk with a side of smolives and apple sauce?
That low-key sounds delicious, but I must protect. I must protect the Pokemon. I must protect them. I do not eat them, I only collect. I eat so much Taco Bell! Too many Taco Bell. Too many tacos. Shidin. Hello, Nitro! I recognize you from Sable's chat. How are you doing? You are welcome to join me. My user is my Roblox user is the same as my Twitch name. If you would like to add me. You'd eat a lechonk!
Uh-oh, Stinky.
46% Stimky.
Stinky.
What do you guys think about 46%? Is that stinky, or is it anything over 50%
I will neither
is like
confirm nor
stinky?
deny my flatulence.
Real. Souls!
Souls 3
Thank you
just
for the
cheered
2
2
biddies!
bits. Hey Ranga, been a while.
Hey yo! It has been a little while. How you been? I hope you're good. Have you been well? 46%, yeah. 50% or more is stinky. That's what I'm thinking. It's borderline stinky. Yeah, yeah. I'm glad we agree. Trying not to get sick? Is someone in your family sick, Souls? I hope you continue to avoid it. Being sick is bad. Man is grinding event for Goop Clan? Goop Clan sounds fun. I wish you could accept requests from in-game. It annoys me so much that you can't. Like, why I gotta leave to accept a friend request? Like, come on, man. This you? There we go. And now I go back in. Will it automatically put me with, like, Sable? Why do we not differentiate between good and bad stink? I mean, I feel like the implication is that it's bad stinky. You can from browser? Oh. Imagine playing in browser. Couldn't be me. You said diss you? I mean, it was a valid question. I've been watching anime, Sakamoto all day. Someone is sick. I hope you do continue to avoid. Hello, Nitro. Hello. Oh my fucking god! What was that? What was that? That was scary. That was an entire army. Hello? Hi. Jump scare was crazy, that's what I'm saying. Thank you for the lurk, Souls, and thank you again for the biddies. I appreciate you. The Goop Clan. You can hear your stream? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I gotta go to the area that I'm up to. I'm up to area 115 if you want to. Oh no, 119 if you wanna come. Deck Wild West. Ay boom! There we go. I love the cannon. That's so fun. It doesn't just teleport you, it shoots you to where you need to be. Can't do much other than lower graphics. Turn on potato mode! Not potato mode! Boop. Hey, boop. Drop that present. Item creator? Like what kind of... Oh. Daycare slot voucher. I haven't used any of these, so I don't actually really know what they do. Unlock any secret room. I have not found... How does one find secret room? It's gonna lag my game? Nah, let me see it. Let me see it. I want to see the lag. Show me, show me, show me, show me, show me. What world am I in? Tech world. Have huge old locks on them? How have I not seen them before? Oh my... Look at them all! I love them so... You can ride the big ones? Is that a Titanic? The big boy? I love them! How did you get all these? Did you get, like, super lucky? Don't figure out how to lower graphics because console is stupid! Give the lag, friends. Look at them all! I love them so much. I would protect them with my life. They're like little wizards! I am bathing in their greatness. Oh my god, look at these big guys! Oh, look at them! I think one of them's disappearing into the ground. They're so big. They're so big! I love them so much. Wait, what is this chest? I did not... Break chest! Destroy! Is this the lag we were talking about? What's happening? Do I have to click it? They do be big! Please take the lag! Oh, there we go. I did it. There's even bigger ones, which can take you can get bigger ones! Grind from the ones in the back you bought, but this one was super oh my god, that's insane. I want to be that lucky. I want to be that lucky for real. Oh my goodness, look how cute! He's a businessman. Broken for me, thank you. Some can fly? You can fly around on big cuboid pets? One day I will get but a taste of your greatness, Nitro. I will get there one day. I must just grind. Exclusive daycare? Where is the daycare? How does one do that? How does one achieve daycare? Next area. Oh, piñata! Give me the piñata. Why am I not on the hoverboard? Gib. Yay! It's in the first world, so you can oh, I can use the machine? Okay, you know what? Let me go check it out. If I go to the spawn. Wee! Okay. And then supercomputer daycare. Enroll pets to collect loot. How many of those have I got out? So I can roll some of these guys. Because these guys are the ones that I've, like, got on my team, right? Whoa! Egg! Huge Meebo in a spaceship. What is Amiibo? I do have 93 dragons, yeah. I can't do more, you can only do 10. Do you get different things based off of who you put in there? No, so they're all the same thing. Do you get more of a chance? You know what? I do it and see what happens. Oh, you gotta wait hours. Okay, I wait. Oh my god, I wait. I must wait. I have to log in daily to claim. Got some stuff for me to get me going? I mean, I'm going. Look at all these little guys. But I won't say no to free shit. Oh my god, look at this little guy. Look at him, he's coming to say hello. Came back from cat hell? What do you mean, cat hell? It takes huge pets for a daily amount of... Oh, if you lock it... Okay. I don't have any huges. So, like, what happens if you get there and you don't have any huges? What happens? 5 of your huge purple bats. 800k gems a day! Growing those your minion. Do not compare my beautiful pets to minions. How dare you? How dare you? Try to hatch kawaii cupcake unicorn? That's so cute. Nitro, where you at? Are you still at the area where I was before? I am not like- What do you mean I'm like Gru? How am I like Gru? Explain. Oh, you can trade from throwaway? Epic. I have to show my head a little bit. I love English. Love the minions! I'm a certified minion hater. You're so eepy! Get some sleep, Tani! Get some sleep. I am also eepy, and I really need to finish up soon. I actually need to now. But like, I'm having so much fun. I'm like having a good time, is she? What are your alts hatched to go? Can I have some of that luck? Can I borrow it? Stream of luck, where's my stream of luck? You gonna sell it while you can for some gems? Hell yeah, get rich. Get rich, bestie. I mean, you already kind of are, but like, get more rich. So many good things about Gru, but most of them revolve around his rideable Lime. Lime. That is probably close to one of the most depraved things I have ever witnessed you say. Haven't even started hatching. You right. You right. Because I don't know what to hatch. Like, there were no eggs at the start of this world. Were there? Oh, there is! Hell yeah! But I'm not very far through them. Should I go back to the first world? And hatch shit? My god. 251? That's like all the way up there. This point of sending emojis. It's okay, they're cute emojis. That is adorable. It's a little peachy. It's so cute. Gotta lay it out for you. Please, please do. Emojis, emote, same shit. Same shit to me. You need to do first world. Okay, I do first world ones. How do I teleport back to first world? Best area. Spawn world. Yeah. I'll teleport to the spawn world. I'm gonna go hatch some fucking eggs, bitch. Can't end stream without hatching some eggs. Do I just, like, hatch the last one available? Huge hunter. Better eat penis. So you spend Robux, an active huge will not be hatchable. One you see there, last event, egg. Huge that rotates, which has spent a year free to play, right? Man! That's so sad! That's so sad! What do you mean I can't get it for free? What do you mean? This is a cute egg. Okay, which one was I up to? So I was like, what was the card question? I reckon you still say it. You determined to stay till I finish stream? It'll be soon, don't worry. Gru has awkward riz that could lure me into Lime bestie. Have different ones. There's so many pets. Oh my goodness, they're Chucky pets! I wanna hatch like rare stuff though. You added me? Hell yeah! I will, It's so sad that it takes me. It do be like this. It truly do. I come back. You're just a cat? I'm also just a cat. One of us has to be depraved. 45, only 45 minutes left? What? Thank you so much for the follow, Kaisel. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. This one ever, so it's in World 3, last event area. Still hatch event huges, which are oh, okay, so you can hatch event huges, okay. Okay, so can still get huges, just not the ones that just exist in egg. Yeah, join my Discord. Jump in my Discord. Come hang out. That'll be pretty cool there, you know. Hello. Hello. Let me hatch egg. I haven't hatched that one yet. How many? Oh, I can deadass hatch 20 eggs at a time. Do it. Oh, I hatched it straight away. Let's go. Maybe it is streamer luck. Immediately hatches the 0.11%. Okay. Okay. Event huges are an eggs too. If the huge switches between multiple faces, you basically. Oh, okay. You figured out how to set minimal graphics like slightly better? Hell yeah. Can I join this depravity? And do egg. Oh yeah, egg potion lock. Egg lock. Okay, I'm gonna hatch a couple of eggs and then I'm gonna end stream. Okay? Deal. Deal. How long do the potions last for? Where the fuck are the potions? I won't do like... Yeah, because that's coins. I got 3 of... It lasts for an hour and 10 minutes. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. 20 minutes? I'll do 10 minutes. I'll do 10 minutes. Have I got that one? I can't tell if it's grayed out or not. I think it is. But weak, does it change? Luck by 25. Oh, it does. Okay, I thought they just changed based off of, like, the time they were active for. Man. Because I am not going to sit here for an hour and 10 minutes, that's for fucking sure. Oh, they don't expire if I'm offline? Okay, bet. That means I just gotta make sure that I hatch eggs once I come back online. I'm turning on the auto hatch. I am not doing this. I'm not sitting here and fucking clicking. You think I am? Reckon if he sneezes, the whole nose vibrates? You know what? Probably. Probably. Thank you for answering that question. That was a question that I asked earlier and people weren't sure. So I'm glad to hear that stuff doesn't run out when you're offline. Right, Akaza, because you can't exactly right-click on a PlayStation. Trying to get one of your alters out here to give me something? Hell yeah! I am excited. Give me this silly little axolotl looking thing. I genuinely can't tell if I have it yet. So I guess I will just have to get one, and then we will know. Actually, I could probably just check the index, but like, I'm not that smart. Okay, hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay. It wasn't new. I already had one. Well, it is what it is. Got all of those. I haven't got... Is that the same? Yes. Oh my god. Oh, it's a quokka! Oh my goodness, it's so cute! I hate how you have to walk so far away for it to stop auto-hatching. That is not a vibe. Oh, that's you cats! You're watching my stream playing for the luck? Hell yeah! I hope you get all the cute pets. Yeah, I've realized that I need to, like, move to the next egg to find out whether, oh, I got so many gorillas. Whether it has a higher chance in the next egg. Because otherwise, it's kind of a waste of time to just sit there and hatch eggs. Because if I could get the rarer thing for a higher chance in the next egg, why would I not do that? Kawaii Dragon, let's go! It is what it is. Thought you may have found the solution but didn't? No! That's stinky. Oh, there's two here. Okay, time to turn back on the auto hatch. Sit here and open a bunch. Okay, well I got the fossil dragon. But I want the one that has question marks! Check DMs if you can, there's no link. Just trying to be nice. Hold on. Wait, DMs where, sorry? DMs are scary. Ooh. Wait, on God? On Frog? Hold on. Move! Get away! Where's the index? There we go. Oh my god. You would just give me a huge... Okay. Okay, hold on. They've sent me a list of huges to look at. And if their price is below 30 million, they will buy one for me. Get that from a lot of grinding, giving one once in a while. Okay, let me look up. Wait, can I? Oh my god. Can I search them? Okay, let me look at a B. Oh, I can't like actually look at it. Heck.
Don't think there is a way. Have tried every single button on the controller.
That's a cute kitty. Queen shit, literally. Okay, wait, there's a koi fish. I love koi fish. Oh my god, koi fish! Mermaid cat? Okay. Okay. I hate making decisions. Where? Hold on. Oh, he's got a little top hat. I was like, what does fancy mean? Have you looked it up, Akaza? Like tried Googling it to see if there's an answer? May may I may I have like the koi fish? I like the koi fish a lot. Chat, do we agree with this choice? Look at its silly little face. I love it. The fish. I like the fish. It got fish. I love the fish. Pug! Oh, shit. Wait, what happened? No! I tried to go out of it and then it went back in it. I'm sorry. Fish. Fish. Oh, that was a rando? Are you sure? Lol. Zephyr has joined the experience. There's 2 arrows. Click them. I click them. Oh, there's so many. It was you on an alt, so this you here? This you? Holy is me. Fish. Oh. Enchantments? Hell yeah. Surely I'll get unicorn in 30 minutes, right? Yeah, you will. You'll get it. I sprinkle luck dust. I sprinkle luck dust. That is me! That is me, in fact. That's my silly little face going. Me pretending to be a fish. What? That's 1,000? Bruh. I'm gonna... stonks. I'm gonna have stonks on God. Can't use the max amount of every item. It's extremely infuriating. You just tried your last idea. That is so upsetting, Akaza. It annoys me when they like put games on other consoles and then don't sort stuff like that out. Oh, are you gooped? I'm waiting for you to ready up, Nitro, before I ready up, because otherwise it just keeps coming up with ready. The more I see the chef monkey, the more I want to throttle it. Beat it up. Beat it up. Do it. Lucky block. Daycare voucher, daycare slot voucher. I can read. Extra daycare and oh, so you can put more pets. If it let you hold down the bottom to use an item, it'd be at least somewhat. It doesn't let you. I'm gonna be so up. I'm gonna beat up so many piles of coins on Frog. Oh my god, comments! You have to use items one at a time. That is so fucking stupid! Beat them up. Flags. This is so much stuff. This is so much stuff. I feel kind of bad. Am I cheating the system? This is worth more than the diamonds I own. Oh my goodness. Ugh. The time is catching up with me. 11,000! I'm never gonna run out of fruit ever again. Look guys, it's me. I'm never gonna run out of myself ever again. Yeah, I'm also a banana. Both professional yappers? Literally! I am a professional yapper. I unfortunately have a case of can't shut the fuck up itis. It's chronic. It's incurable, actually. 4 unused buttons on the controller? Why? That just seems inefficient. Is your fave part of me? Oh my goodness, thank you. It means I can sit here and talk for ages! Forever! My voice doesn't like it very much, but it's okay! Makes for good streaming, literally! That's why I'm here! Like, autumn hoverball! Turkey! Gobble, gobble! Gobble, gobble these nuts. Sorry, you're being so kind to me and I'm making... Just like, gobble, gobble these nuts. I didn't mean it. A fox! Oh my god, there's a message. I have to retrade you some toys as well. Hell yeah. Some toys? Thank you so much.
In the pets menu, L2, L3, R3 and the center button are completely unst.
You would think that R3 would be like the right click, right? Did you know that I'm grateful that you're my friend? How about that? What are you gonna do about that? Do you want me to retrade you, Nitro, or are you gonna retrade me? Oh, where did you go? Oh my god, they're fucking gone. R2? Yeah, like R2 would make a perfectly fine right click, would it not? Are you packed? Literally! That's what I'm saying! Cat! I do accept. Oh my god, Sable, you're adorable. 2 a.m. Sable is adorable. Confirmed. You're the equivalent of a screwdriver stuck in a sink that's trying to flush. Wrong. Very loud, incorrect buzzer noise. After he changes the camera, so you can... Oh, okay. But still, like, if there's 3 buttons that have been left unbound, like, fucking bind them to something. Right click equals use all. Yeah, not on PlayStation, though. That's... Or are you talking about in general with the toys? I think I did that earlier. Sable taught me how to do it, so that I could use all of them. I fetched the coin! I'm so excited for big fish. I love koi fish. They are my favorite
4 buttons
fish.
left unused.
Koi fish are such special fish. I love them. My goodness, look at all the little foxy friends. Oh, they're shiny. They shine. They sparkle. Your game started tweaking. I'm actually kind of surprised at my game's ability to hold up with all the pets on screen when Nitro had all their pets out. I was impressed. The only buzzer I'm pressing is the Tinder swipe yes. I don't think that's a buzzer. Actually, I don't think I know that it's not a buzzer. I've been there. I've done that. Sweetest ray of sunshine. Oh my god, stop. Jesus Christ. Like, we're not dropping frames. We're not dropping frames. We Gucci. What's a frame drop? How about, no you. No you. Don't get sappy on me. I'm glad I make you guys happy. I'm glad I can make people happy. That's like my one goal in life, is just to make other people happy and help people. That's why I'm studying counseling and stuff, because like I like helping people. Winner for best streamer? Pfft. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Titanic koi fish? I assume that doesn't fit within the 30 million budget. Sable is literally an angel. No, you want to say how you impact the world so good, but you impact the world so good as well. Make sure that you acknowledge that you impact the world too. Stares intensely. That's a car. Can I get in the car? Imagine. Awooga! Awooga, look at them titties. Use mobile items of WhatsApp mobile? Surely you should be able to do it on mobile, right? Surely. I'm gonna get lost in the sauce. I am lost in the sauce! Look at them all!
The world is a better place with you in it, and having a platform is the best thing because more people can see you for who you are, nerd.
You're a nerd! You're a freaking nerd. Oh! My sauce! How about you're a nerd, and how about, I don't know how to accept a compliment. My sauce! I was getting lost in the sauce and then it was gone! Too serious and sappy that's levity with boobs. Hey, boobs are wholesome, right? Mailbox? There's a mailbox? Oh my god, what are these? Ah! Hello? Thank you, cats! Yeah, give me the little spider guy. Look at him! Fish! Look at his silly little face! I love him so much! Thank you so much, Nitro! He's so cute! I love him. Kiss the fish. I want to kiss the fish! I love him so much! Why he like that? Thank you so much. I love... Oh my god, the car makes noises? I just heard the car go brr. I love this game so much. Kiss the fish! Yes! Kiss the fish! Zoom! He's so happy. Thank you for the generosity, guys. The fish! I love him so much. I cherish him forever. When I think of a suitable name for the cute little fish, I will put a name tag on him. But right now, it is 2 a.m. and Brain does not like to work at 2 a.m. Brain is so tired. Brain needs a nap. Brain needs some water. Kiss the fish. Hug the fish. Cherish the fish. Thank you so much for the follow, Nitro. Thank you for the big koi fish. I love him so much. I'm so happy. 2 a.m. here, which is Sable's emotional walls are non-existent. He cries thinking about the concept of friends. Just the idea that friends exist. I do be existing, and I love you. I love all you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. I know these ads are going to be coming soon, so I need to wrap this shit up quick before the ads are like, we're here. You're gonna raid out during some fucking ads. No, the fuck I'm not. Thank you so much for the follow, Spencer. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Sorry, I'm just about to wrap up. Delay them. I know. I usually forget to snooze them. Oh my god, yuck! Oh, another one? What you doing, Nitro? What you doing? Big. Wanna offer? I have got nothing that would even begin to come to 721 million. I have but nothing. It's super cool though. Cats! Thank you everyone for existing, that's what I'm saying. Have cats! Kitty! Hi Kitty! I have Kitty hoverboard. In your face, Akaza, I got a cat hoverboard. Shove your axolotl up your booty cheek. How do I equip a different one? Oh my god, Kitty! I fly on cat. Oh my god, I accidentally went into the thing. I'm bouncing everywhere. It's so fast. I am literally zooming. I am literally zooming. Okay. It is time. It is simply time. Don't think I will. Okay, it is time. Raid who? Who raid? Who live? Who live? Where live? I need to peruse. I need to see what. Oh, wait, I have more than just writing Gru's notes to offer as a friend. Lime, you have so much to offer as a friend. I don't know what you're talking about. You are a precious human being. I wasn't so shy I would be IRL friends, but scared. Scared. Cry. Wow. Getting hugged or something. Oh my god, I'm snoozing the ads. Okay, I'm snoozing the ads. Okay. I don't know what to rate out to. I hate making decisions, especially at 2 a.m. Okay, I'm gonna raid someone that I haven't raided before. Do any of y'all that have been here for a little while remember the little coffee game that I played? The demo that I played, the Tailside Cozy Cafe. Do y'all remember that? So, the dev of that game... Wait, Zeph is... Oh! I did not even see him down there! How long has he been live for? Why didn't you say something? I didn't even see him all the way down the bottom there. You better wrap up, bruh. Bruh. Okay. Are you sure? You broke your Twitch? No! There's more under 30 million views, but now I get enough to... Yes, thank you so much, Nitro. I appreciate it. I'm gonna keep playing off stream as well, and I will be progressing. You're here to annoy. Hello, Mikey. I'm sorry that I am just about to wrap up. Wrap me up. Okay. But I'm going to raid into Coffee Beans Dev. I'm so sorry, Zeph, but you have said that you have got work tomorrow and that you're wrapping up soon. So I'm going to raid into Coffee Beans Dev. They are doing the art for their game, and I want to show my support to indie developers. So I am going to raid into them, and I'm kind of scared because I have spoken in their chat before, but, like, also scared. I appreciate you, Lime. I appreciate all of y'all. Thank you, Sable, for the raid messages. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Thank you for the dicks for 50 biddies. I appreciate it, Mikey. Alright, let's get this raid started. For subbies, we've got the animated emote one.
Damage.
Thank you for the emotional damage for 75 biddies. You gonna be up all night redstoning? Hell yeah, cuz you got this. For subbies, we've got the animated emotes. For non-subbies, we've got a little fire, a little flame, and a little heart. Because I'm Rangarath and I'm fiery and shit. And purple's also my color. Hell yeah. Alright. I will see you guys again tomorrow for, I don't know, honestly, it could be more Pet Sim. Who the fuck knows? Until then, have a wonderful day or night, wherever you are, and I will see you again next time. Bye!